Hey guys and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku went back in time part 1. I did not make this what if fanfiction. The author of this amazing fanfiction is Alejandras, so please support their work, and if you like the video be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Chapter 1, Reset. The situation had gone from bad to worse. The PLF forces had converged on Jaku City, and Ochako Uraraka was fighting a desperate battle alongside her mentor, Ryukyu. After learning that so many members of the PLF were concentrated in the city, the heroes planned a massive coordinated attack, hoping to defy the organization in one swift battle. At first, their plan was working. The villains were putting up fierce resistance, but minute by minute the heroes were turning the tide of battle in their favor. Until Gigantomachia arrived, carrying reinforcements on his back in the form of PLF High Command. The colossal villain tore through heroes and buildings alike, and even bolstered by One for All, Ochako's quirk wasn't enough to negate his gravity and neutralize him as a threat. Instead, she was forced to fight a delaying battle while her classmates and the remaining heroes were evacuating everyone they could. Graviton, can you hear me? Ochako smiled as Izuku's voice came through her radio. Yes, analyst, I can hear you. We've cleared out this area and are moving on to Dash. Ochako's blood turned to ice when she heard his radio cut out. Taking to the skies, she used her helmet to zoom in and pinpoint his position. She spotted some of her classmates along with several heroes desperately fighting against a group of villains that had slipped past the front lines, but Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Using bursts of air pressure, Ochako shot herself towards the battle, landing amidst the villains, causing them to scatter. With her arrival, the remaining heroes rallied and their combined efforts quickly took down the group of villains. Still, Izuku was not anywhere to be seen. She frantically looked around for him. Where's Analyst? Last I saw him, he was in that building. Bubble Girl pointed towards an apartment complex across the street. We were getting ready to move when those villains attacked us. You keep going, I'll check on him. Ochako knew she had more important places to be right now, but she was worried about Izuku. The quirkless boy was not to be underestimated on the field. With his quick thinking and custom support devices, he was the downfall of many foes who failed to take him seriously. But the PLF was filled with known quirk supremacists. If they caught wind of him being here. Cautiously entering the building, Ochako looked around the lobby. She heard a sudden crash and jumped into action, sliding into a combat stance and preparing for the precipitous threat. She warily moved towards the noise, only to hear another crash. A moment later one of the stairwell doors slammed open, as a very injured Izuku limped out. Analyst. Ochako called, rushing towards him. Hey, Ochako-chan. He gave her a weak smile as she rushed up to him, ready to help. Ochako-chan? Ochako's brain was too slow in recognizing the mistake, before she felt a stabbing pain pierce her chest. Looking down, she saw a knife embedded into her heart, a crimson flower spreading across her hero costume. She tried to grab the knife, only to feel another knife thrust into her back. She heard a familiar giggle as Izuku's face melted away to reveal Himiko Toga with a manic grin across her face. I'm glad you came, Ochako-chan. Now I can love you as much as I loved Izuku-kun. What did you do? Ochako asked weakly, feeling her strength fading with every breath she took. Stepping aside, Himiko revealed the source of the crashing Ochako heard, as she saw Izuku's unmoving body lying on the stairs, his neck and limbs twisted at sickening angles. I found Izuku and stabbed him. Now I can have all of his blood and become him. Himiko's face contorted into a grin, inches away from Ochako's now. And now I can have all of your blood too. This is the best day ever. Ochako's knees buckled underneath as she fell to the ground, hand reaching out towards Izuku. Darkness tinged the edges of her vision. This is it. No, it isn't. The second holder of One for All appeared in front of her and kneeled down. He took her outstretched hand. Reality shifted through her as she fell through itself, until she found herself floating in a sea of stars, the Vestige realm. As she began to regain focus, the second holder materialized in front of her with a familiar figure taking shape beside Ochako. Things were catastrophic. Izuku was helping with the evacuation of Jaku City, while a team of pro heroes went to the heart of the PLF operations at Jaku General Hospital. The team, led by Endeavor, assaulted the hospital's underground compound. There, Endeavor found Shigaraki and incinerated the chamber that held him. It wasn't enough. Too late, the heroes realized. Shigaraki had been successfully enhanced, having practically been turned into a Nomu himself. Among the enhancements was a powerful regeneration quirk that greatly surpassed the previous one. With his hyper-regeneration as his shield and toughness quirks as his armor, he survived Endeavor's inferno. And with Shigaraki's weapon, his hands, he unleashed a massive wave of decay, disintegrating everything in its path. Izuku knew something was wrong when the vestiges within One for All grew agitated. Looking towards the hospital, he saw a building disintegrate before his very eyes. Taking a risk, he activated his mid-gauntlets and unleashed a massive smash attack, hoping the air pressure could at least slow down the wave, if not stop it completely. It failed. The surviving heroes called for a general retreat, and everyone, students and heroes alike, began to flee from the wave of destruction, trying to rescue as many civilians as they could along the way. As Izuku fled, he saw Ochako fall out of the sky and hit the ground, exhausted from floating so many vehicles to save the people in them. He tried to stop and help her, racking his brain for a way that Black Whip could help relieve her of the cumbersome weight. But it was too late. He helplessly watched her get caught by the wave, crumbling to dust before his very eyes. Izuku screamed. He hovered there, trying to come to terms with what happened as he watched as a once thriving city turned into little more than a crater with no survivors. All of those people are dead, and for what? Because someone wanted to destroy society for his own selfish ends. Izuku put the bus down and let his anger overtake him. Turning around, he flew towards the epicenter. Shigaraki would pay for what he had done. Izuku would stop him and prevent any more senseless destruction. Izuku was so caught up in his emotions that couldn't tell how long the fight dragged on. His moves grew sloppy. His limbs grew fatigued. His eyelids grew heavy. Everything seemed to grow and weigh him down. It only worsened as the fight continued with his mind going hazy. Shigaraki, paired with his hyper-regeneration and a shock absorption quirk, shrugged off most of Izuku's attacks as if he was an annoying fly to swat away. Finally, with a feral grin, Shigaraki managed to grab Izuku's arm. Game over. Heroes lose, Shigaraki proudly proclaimed. Izuku watched in horror as his arm crumbled to dust, and felt the decay starting to travel across his torso. I screwed up, it's over. No, it's not. The second holder of One for All appeared in front of Izuku, taking his intact hand. Reality dissolved around him as the world fell away. He sailed through the starscape of the Vestige realm, his eyes refocusing on his surroundings. Second appeared in front of him with a recognizable person forming beside Izuku. Vision fully adjusted, Izuku and Ochako were both surprised to see the other floating in the Vestige realm. They couldn't help but stare at their companion in the sea of stars, their appearance both familiar and surreal at the same time. A moment later, they heard a pair of coughs. Both turned towards the sources of the sound. Floating in front of them was the second holder. Or, more accurately, two identical copies of the second holder. As they watched, the two seconds looked at each other, having a silent conversation between them before they both nodded in agreement. Izuku and Ochako covered their eyes as the two copies of Second converged in a flash of light, leaving a single Second floating in front of them. Well, this is unexpected, but I can't exactly argue with myself. What is going on? Izuku recovered first, the gears in his brain already turning as he tried to come up with an answer to what was happening. You both of you were on the verge of death, and so from within One for All, I forced the activation of my quirk. Wait, he has One for All? Ochako asked in surprise. As she looked at Izuku, it seemed like he wanted to ask the same question. Second laughed. Yes. As far as I can tell, both of you are from different timelines. And here is where things get interesting. Both of you would have died at the same time. What? Both students gasped in horror. I don't know how, or why, but due to some whim of fate, but you see both versions of myself, we activated our quirk at the same time. When that happened, it caused both of your Vestige realms to merge together, and here we are. What is your quirk? Izuku asked the obvious question. Lucky 13. When I was alive, people thought I was incredibly lucky. But the reality was I could use my quirk to send my consciousness back in time 13 seconds. That's not a lot of time, Ochako remarked. It's enough to fix a single mistake, Izuku replied, turning back to Second. But what about now? Second smiled. You're a smart one, all right. My quirk has been building in strength ever since it merged with One for All. I thought I had enough oomph to send you back a year, giving you another shot. You thought? Ochako asked. You see, something interesting happened just now when both versions of myself merged together. Now, not only can I keep the two of you together when I send you back, but I can propel you back further, giving you more time to prepare. How much further? 2.5 years. We'll still be in middle school. Izuku immediately looked down. I'll be quirkless again. Ochako felt a string tug in her heart. Apparently this version of Izuku never accepted his quirklessness. She reached out and gently touched his shoulder. It's okay, Izuku. Even if Katsuki is a jerk, I'll be there for you. Izuku raised his eyes to look into Ochako's, and a smile formed on his lips. So, we're going to do this? Ochako smiled back. Was there ever any doubt? The two turned back to a laughing Second. Fitting responses. It's clear why you were both chosen to be holders of One for All. I don't know what will happen this time, but I am trusting you both of you to find a better future. Second reached out and placed a hand on the two students' foreheads, and pushed. Both Izuku and Ochako felt like they were disconnecting from their body, while some invisible force pulled them backward. The two kept their eyes locked on each other for as long as they could till the darkness enveloped them. Izuku bolted upright, sweat running down his face from the intensity of the dream he just had. Mouth dry, he reached for the water bottle on his nightstand, only to find it missing. Looking over, he froze. His nightstand wasn't there. Slowly turning his head, he saw his nightstand on the other side of his bed. The arrangement he had when he still lived with his mom in their apartment. Looking around, he realized that it wasn't just the nightstand. He was in his old room at the apartment, and not in the UA dorms. Scrambling out of bed, he booted up his computer, staring at the date on the screen. It actually was 30 months in the past. Still not believing it, Izuku began checking news articles, the events he saw scrolling across the page tugging at memories from his time in middle school. Looking down at his hand, Izuku tried to summon One for All, to wrap his arm in the tendrils of strength from the ancient quirk. But nothing happened. Just as he predicted, he was quirkless again. Wondering if he was crazy, or if everything in his head was real, he desperately grabbed his phone, pulling it from its charger and unlocking it. Opening up the contacts, he saw the mocking glare of only 3 numbers in the list. There's only one way to find out if this is real or the lingering effects of a dream. His hands shaking, Izuku took a deep breath and punched in a number he knew by heart. Ochako felt miserable after the dream she had. With a groan, she wrapped herself tighter in her blankets, hoping to sleep off the bad dream when her phone suddenly went off. It took her a moment for her to even register it was her phone. She was confused at first, because she hadn't used that specific ringtone since middle school. Grumbling about having to fix her ringtone, she looked at the number of who was calling and froze. It was a number that she was intimately familiar with. But her contacts didn't identify it as Izuku. Ochako picked up the phone. "Hello? Ochako? Do you remember me?" Ochako threw off her covers and bolted upright. Quickly surveying her room, she realized where she was for the first time. She wasn't in the dorms. In fact, she wasn't even in Mustafu. She was back in her old room at her parents' house. "Of course, Izuku, how could I ever forget you?" She heard him sigh in relief over the phone. So it wasn't a dream. Ochako froze, the memories of the previous night flooding back to her. "You remember everything, don't you?" "Yeah." It felt too real. "Good thing I remembered your number." Ochako felt herself smile at that. Pulling her phone away from her ear, she finally saw the date on the screen, gasping when she saw the date. She returned the phone to her ear. "I think we need to meet in person." The two discovered that it was a Friday morning, so they arranged to meet up on Sunday. Knowing his mom, and remembering Ochako's financial situation, Izuku insisted that he be the one to travel. He could easily slip out for the day and take a train out to the Mie prefecture to meet Ochako there. At first she stubbornly refused, insisting she is the one to travel, until Izuku successfully argued that she would not be able to make the trip without her parents. She was forced to concede that point and agreed that for their first meeting, they needed privacy. After they hung up, Izuku looked at the bag on his desk and began his once familiar routine to prepare for middle school. When he sat down for breakfast, his mom asked what was wrong, but he was able to easily deflect her suspicion. He was loath to admit it, but between hiding the effects of Katsuki's bullying and his 10 months of training with All Might, it had become very easy to lie to his mom. He resolved to do better this time. As he walked to school, Izuku found old memories bubbling to the surface of his mind. Remembering the hell Katsuki had put him through, a pit began to form in his stomach as he walked to Aldera. He still had the mental scars even after almost 2 years, he still carried that burden. He mentally added it to the growing list of things to do. So much to do, even 30 months didn't feel like enough time. But before he could do anything else, he needed to talk to Ochako in person. He just hoped that he could make it through the next 2 days. Making it through the day at school was odd, to say the least. Izuku wasn't sure what happened, but Katsuki was tamer than he imagined. He was still rude and impertinent, but other than telling Izuku that he didn't have what it takes to be a hero, he generally left him alone. Despite that, he still felt down by the time he walked into the door of the apartment after school. Even his homework didn't provide a good distraction, feeling rather simplistic compared to his schoolwork at UA. After dinner, he decided he couldn't take it any longer and grabbed his phone before heading to his bedroom. It seemed like Ochako had the same idea. His phone rang before he even reached his room. He quickly rushed in, closed the door, and picked up. It turned out that she was feeling down too. Not because she had to suffer any abuse of her own, but simply having survived what she did, only to be thrown into a life of normalcy again. Hearing her talk made Izuku feel relieved. By vocalizing her thoughts, she made him realize what he was truly feeling. They both had just suffered through a massive amount of trauma, and the only people that they could even begin to talk to about it with was each other. After they acknowledged that fact, they shifted to idle chatter about their day in the news, both of them welcoming the distraction and sticking to the unspoken agreement to not talk about the elephant in the room. No, that conversation had to wait until they met in person. Saturday passed in much the same way, and after what seemed to be an eternity, Sunday arrived. Izuku told his mom that he was going to be out of the house all day. After promising that he would stay out of trouble and not get too close to any villain attacks, Izuku left for the train station. He hated being evasive with his mom, but he already had an idea on how he could visit Ochako in the future. He was a bundle of nerves for the entire trip, the shifting scenery outside the window unable to distract him as he traveled to the countryside. After what felt like forever, the train reached its destination, and Izuku fumbled as he stood up, his nervous energy reaching its peak as he walked to the door. The moment he stepped off the train, he spotted her. Like him, she was younger, looking much softer than the girl he saw in the Vestige realm, dressed in a pink sundress. It only took a second before she spotted him, her face lighting up in recognition. The two slowly walked toward each other, both filled with caution and uncertainty. Neither of them were sure that this was even real, the only proof they had was the person in front of them. Both stopped, barely a foot apart, silently asking if this was okay before they both broke and wrapped each other in a desperate hug. No words were spoken, because none were necessary. Memories that had been hazy suddenly snapped into place, and they knew that everything that had happened was true. They were two travelers from two different futures, and by some miracle one for all had brought them together. It had given them a second chance, an opportunity to change things for the better. They finally broke apart and looked at each other, truly seeing each other for the first time. The eyes that stared back both told the same story. Someone who had the weight of the world thrust upon them, before they were ready. Even then, they also found a comforting familiarity there. They trusted the person in front of them completely, and knew that they were trusted in return. Without saying a word, Ochako took Izuku's hand and began walking, guiding him to a cafe that was a personal favorite of hers. "We can talk here." Izuku tiredly smiled at Ochako. "We have a lot to talk about, don't we?" Ochako returned the smile. "Yeah, we do." Chapter 2, Reunite. The cafe Ochako led them to was a cozy affair, set up so that students could have privacy while studying. As she pulled Izuku inside, Ochako told him that she frequently came here to study on the days when both of her parents were working. It was the perfect place for the two of them to talk. As they entered the cafe, Izuku discovered that his appetite had returned and ordered lunch while Ochako simply ordered a small drink for herself. After collecting their items, Ochako led Izuku to a quiet booth in a corner where they sat down across from each other. "So, where do we start?" "Probably from the beginning," Izuku offered, "when you first met All Might." Ochako thought back to how it all started. To say the last 2 years had been hectic would have been an understatement. So much had happened to her, that it was honestly hard to put all of it into words. Taking a deep breath, she began. Her story started when an S-ranked villain with the ability to create high-powered blasts of air proved to be too much for the local heroes to handle, and All Might was called in to help. In the ensuing battle, the villain unleashed his quirk on a building, hoping to make his escape in the chaos. Ochako just happened to be there, and she heard the cries of a child that was still trapped inside. Without thinking, she rushed in to save them. Pushing past her limits, she was able to use her quirk to keep part of the building standing just long enough for All Might to rescue both of them. All Might was so inspired by her bravery that he asked her to be his successor and began training her. The day before the UA entrance exam, she was given one for all, which they hid by pretending she had a quirk awakening that improved her gravity manipulation. She didn't really meet Izuku until the sports festival. There, the quirkless support student impressed everyone by making it to the top 8 with little more than his brains and support gear, before he lost his match against Shoto Todoroki. He impressed the right people, and after that he began joining her class for their heroics lessons. He then transferred into her class at the start of the second semester after Sato dropped out following the disaster at the training camp. The Izuku she knew was timid and jumpy, but he was kind to everyone, and he was an analytical genius who always strove to find new ways for her and her classmates to use their quirks. Ochako decided to leave out the part about how quickly she fell for him during their second semester, a schoolgirl crush that had blossomed into something more meaningful. But she was too focused on her role of becoming the next symbol of peace, that she had refused to act on before it was too late. Ochako's face fell as she told Izuku the next part. At the forest training camp, the League attacked them and hurt many of her classmates. They also successfully kidnapped Tokoyami, who was always struggling to control the darkness within himself. The next day, several of her classmates decided to mount their own rescue operation. They explained their plans to Ochako, but she wanted to believe in All Might, and trusted him when he told her to leave it to the pros. Nobody expected All for One to be alive, and the true leader of the League. When he joined the fight, the tide of battle shifted against the heroes, and the students of 1A were caught up in it. Rather than being able to focus his full attention on All for One, All Might was forced to protect the students until they were safely evacuated. After that, All Might was able to fight unhindered, but by then it was too late. He eventually prevailed and managed to stop All for One, killing him in the process, but he paid the ultimate price for his victory. He died in the hospital. This devastated morale across Japan and led to a surge in recruitment among villain groups. Ochako admitted that she had taken it particularly hard, losing her mentor and feeling the full weight of One for All thrust upon her shoulders. A few weeks later, during her provisional license exam, Ochako met Ryukyu. Ochako told the dragon hero the truth about her quirk, and she agreed to become her mentor. With her help, Ochako would keep All Might's legacy alive. Thanks to her, Ochako had begun to accept her future role, and learned what it meant to be one of Japan's top heroes. 6 months after All Might's death, the Paranormal Liberation Front appeared. It formed when the shattered remnants of the League merged with the Metal Liberation Army, and their ranks were bolstered by recruitment in the wake of All Might's death. The first major action taken by the PLF occurred in March, where they were converging on Jaku City, trying to take over for unknown reasons. With so many of its members in one location, Japan's top heroes decided to strike, intending to cripple them in one decisive blow. Ochako recounted her final moments from the Battle of Jaku City. "And then I woke up, and you know the rest," Ochako said, finishing her story. Izuku was peculiarly silent, a contemplative look on his face, but her attention was elsewhere. She felt a comforting warmth on her hand, and when she looked, she saw that his hand was wrapped around hers. Izuku followed her gaze, finally realizing what he had done. He didn't say anything, but rather looked at Ochako, a silent question in his eyes. "Is this okay?" Ochako's response was to merely smile as she entwined her fingers with his, carefully keeping her pinky extended so as not to activate her quirk. She knew that if something like this happened even a few days ago, she probably would have made excuses and ran away in embarrassment. But now, things felt different. And judging by the smile on Izuku's face, she knew that he felt the same. "I guess it's my turn?" Ochako nodded and gave his hand a small squeeze, urging him to begin. Izuku took a deep breath and began. In his timeline, he was a quirkless boy whose best friend ended up turning into his bully, verbally abusing him and trying to tear down his dreams of becoming a hero. In the final year of middle school, he met All Might purely by accident when he was attacked by a sludge villain. The first meeting was a disaster, with All Might initially rejecting Izuku's dreams and Izuku feeling responsible for letting the villain escape. However, everything changed when the same villain tried to attack Bakugo a few minutes later. While the heroes were standing by helplessly, Izuku rushed in to help, buying All Might enough time to rescue both of them. Inspired by Izuku's actions, All Might admitted he was wrong about Izuku, and he asked him to be his successor, carrying on with his quirk and legacy. After 10 months of training, he was given one for all on the morning of the entrance exam, hiding it through the claim of being a late bloomer, his quirk so powerful that it wouldn't manifest until his body could handle it. He met his Ochako the morning of the entrance exam, when he tripped on a loose stone and she saved him from falling. He returned the favor and saved her during the exam, and ever since then, the two had been there to support each other. Even without one for all, Ochako was still fierce and determined. Her desire to be a rescue hero grew into a desire to save everyone around her. Izuku left out the part that he had a crush on Ochako ever since the sports festival. She was his first real friend, but as they spent more time together he began to feel stronger emotions towards her. Thanks to his childhood, he didn't really understand what those emotions were until it was too late. Izuku's class was also attacked at their forest training camp, where Bakugo was kidnapped. When his classmates told him that they were planning a rescue operation, Izuku agreed to join them. Just like in Ochako's timeline, All for One made his grand entrance during the heroes' attack on the League. However, thanks to Izuku's quick thinking, the students were able to rescue Bakugo and escape. Without having to worry about protecting Bakugo, All Might was free to focus on All for One, defeating him at the cost of his ability to use One for All. The unrest that followed was more subtle for him. There were new villains who had ambitions to fill the void left by All Might's retirement, forcing his class to begin their career as heroes early. Meanwhile, in the background the remnants of the League merged with the MLA and formed the PLF, although for Izuku, it was under the leadership of Shigaraki, All for One's chosen successor. Several months later in March, the heroes learned that Shigaraki was at Jaku Hospital, undergoing a special surgery. They decided to strike, hoping to catch him while he was vulnerable and remove the PLF leadership. That proved to be a fatal mistake. Izuku recalled his last moments from that fight, Ochako giving his hand another comforting squeeze as he recalled the details. And well, you know the rest. Yeah. Both students looked down at their joined hands, then back at each other. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Ochako began to smile. But this time, we're going to get it right. Seeing her smile, Izuku couldn't help but smile as well. Yeah. We will. He was not her Izuku, but he would still support her when she faltered. She was not his Ochako, but she would still catch him when he fell. The two silently promised that they would have each other's backs. Together, they would find a new future, one where everyone was saved. So what do we do next? Izuku brightened. I actually came up with a list. Ochako laughed. I should have expected that. Izuku reluctantly pulled his hand away as he grabbed his bag. Digging through it, he pulled out a notebook. From where she sat, Ochako could easily read the words "Plans for the Future Number 1" that were scribbled on the front cover. She couldn't help but giggle. More notebooks? Izuku flushed and rubbed the back of his neck. Did Analyst keep a library of notebooks as well? As Ochako was explaining her personal history, the two realized how awkward it was to keep referring to the other versions of themselves as my Ochako and my Izuku. They came to an agreement, deciding to refer to the alternate versions of themselves by their hero names. Yeah, she replied fondly. He did. I guess it's a common trait. Izuku looked down at his notebook. Hey. He drew his eyes back to her. I'm sorry. I was just teasing. Izuku couldn't help but smile. She is just as kind and considerate as Uravati was, even though she had a steel running through her that was unique to her. It's okay. I'm just not used to, well, you yet. If that makes sense? No, I get it. This is weird. You seem to be doing okay. I am just better at hiding it, she admitted, blushing slightly. Anyways, what do you have so far? Izuku opened his notebook. So the first thing is establishing an alibi for us and getting our parents' approval to visit each other. With the distance between Mustafa and Mia, we really only have so many excuses for why we are gone for so long. Ochako nodded in agreement. Yeah. I feel bad hiding this from Mom and Dad. And I can't let you come all the way out here every weekend. So this is going to sound super nerdy. Izuku blushed as he heard Ochako giggle. But did you used to visit hero forums? It turns out that Akiravity and I had one major hero forum that we both frequented. We actually discovered that we had a few conversations there before we met for real at UA. I mean, it wasn't enough for us to contact each other directly, obviously. But we could act like we actually did start messaging each other. And then one day we were both feeling down, so we decided to try talking on the phone? Izuku nodded. Ochako hummed while she thought it over. I think I can work with that. There is no way they are going to let me meet you unsupervised though. Izuku blushed at that. No, my mom wouldn't either. But it's not like our parents' meeting is a bad thing. Ochako blushed as she realized the implications as well. And no. Of course not. We'll be working together from here on out, after all. So it makes sense. Why yeah. So do you also frequent hero forums? Of course. Before meeting All Might, I mostly stuck to talking about rescue heroes, but since I always wanted to be a hero myself, it made sense. HeroNet? Yep. I think everyone has an account there. That caused both of them to laugh. Okay, so we will have to check when we get home. If things here remained the same up until when we were sent back, we actually would have had an argument about 6 months ago, about the various classifications of heroes. Ochako stared in disbelief. Were you stalking Uravity? Izuku blushed fiercely, waving his hands in front of him. And no. She actually was the one who found the posts. And she rubbed them in my face when it turned out that I was the one who changed my opinion to match hers. That does sound like something I would do. Ochako giggled to herself. Fair enough. So if that argument happened here, that means we can say we've been talking for 6 months. Izuku nodded. Yeah. And at some point in the past month we decided to try calling each other? Ochako nodded vigorously. That should be enough to convince my parents to meet up with you and your mom. Will you have any problems convincing your mom? Izuku's face fell. Before UA I didn't really have any friends, besides Kaken, and he wasn't exactly a good one. So if I had the chance to make another friend my mom would do anything to help. Ochako was stunned. By the time she really got to know him, Analyst was friends with a number of other support students, including a third year. She had always assumed that he had just drifted apart from his friends in middle school. Not that he didn't have any. Reaching out, she gave his arm a gentle squeeze. I'm sorry. Izuku shook his head and forced a smile on his face. Don't be, there was no way for you to know. But it's okay now. Okay. So once we get our parents to agree to it, we can meet up. That does mean we will have to play dumb for an afternoon. It may be a few weeks before we can arrange the trip though. Mustafa was pretty far away. Izuku put a check mark down in his notebook. Well, at least we can talk to each other on the phone in the evenings. The next big step is trying to write down everything you remember. Ochako frowned. I am sure my notes won't be as good as yours. Izuku looked at her and gave her a reassuring smile. It doesn't matter. What we need to establish is commonalities. Izuku flipped the notebook to a blank page and drew 3 horizontal parallel lines. He circled the top 2. So these 2 lines represent where we came from. And here, this point is different because, well, in one timeline you were chosen and in another I was. He went about halfway down the page and drew a line connecting the 2 lines. But Kamino, the event happened in both timelines, at approximately the same time. So we can reasonably say that, barring us changing anything, it will happen again. Izuku labeled the line Kamino and then drew an arrow connecting the event to the 3rd line. Also, we can compare what was similar and what was different in each version of events. That way we know if one approach was better? Izuku nodded. Exactly. Even if your notes are less detailed, the more you can write down the better. Okay. I'll pick up a notebook of my own on the way home. Thanks. Ochako lowered her voice. And we have to contact All Might, don't we? Yeah. Izuku flipped to a blank page and pulled out a pen. Who knew, before you got it? We should compare notes. Let's see. At UA there was Nizu and Recovery Girl. There was Detective Tsukachi, his old sidekick Sir Night-Eye, but I didn't really like him the one time I met him, and Gran Torino. A pained expression crossed Ochako's face. After the events at Kamino Ward, there was also Ryukyu, but I don't think she counts. Izuku paused, and almost unconsciously extended his left hand, which Ochako took. The simple act was enough to reassure her as he wrote another list down in his notebook. So it looks like other than Ryukyu, the other 5 names line up. In my timeline, there was also David Shield, an American scientist who was his sidekick for a short time. I guess he never mentioned him to you? No. At UA there was a 3rd year named Melissa Shield? She may have been related, but I never heard of David Shield. Okay, of the list the 2 most likely people I can actually arrange to meet are Recovery Girl and Detective Tsukachi. Ochako looked at Izuku in disbelief. Don't tell me you are just going to walk up to them? Izuku looked guilty as he responded, do you have a better idea? Ochako sat there, trying to come up with a better solution, but there was nothing. It wasn't like they could simply contact Might Tower and ask for a meeting. But it feels like you're the one taking all of the risk by contacting UA. Well, if you want to just skip school tomorrow and take a train out to Mustafu, we can do it together, Izuku offered. Ochako sighed. You're right. That sounds like a terrible idea. I could do it, but then we'd have to tell our parents. Izuku looked down at his notebook. They would be in danger. I don't want to take that risk if we can help it. Neither do I, Ochako agreed. Fine, so you're doing this on your own. That doesn't mean I have to like it. It's UA, I should be okay. Izuku reassured her. Unless we are in some strange mirror universe, at which point we're in serious trouble. That got a chuckle out of Ochako. Fair enough. Okay, so you talk to someone, convince them you are actually what you claim to be and not crazy, and they help you get in touch with All Might. Then what? Once we talk to All Might, we save the future. Izuku looked at her with a goofy grin on his face. Ochako couldn't help but laugh. You make it sound so easy. Izuku began blushing. When I was with Uravity, I felt like I could do anything. It probably sounds strange to say, but I can't help but feel the same way sitting here with you. Ochako let out a startled squeak and buried her face in her hands. It was an image Izuku was familiar with, but he noticed one massive difference between this time. The Ochako sitting in front of him had enough self-control to not float off. He couldn't help but wonder if that meant she was more frequently flustered than Uravati was, or if it had to do with her additional training. You can't just say stuff like that. Sorry. Without removing her hands, she shook her head. Don't be. I feel the same way. It was Izuku's turn to blush. Really? Yes. Trying to change the subject, Izuku looked down at his checklist and his expression darkened. And then there is one last topic to discuss. Who should get it? Izuku asked, unable to look at Ochako anymore. There was an awkward pause. Before they both spoke simultaneously. You should have it. Neither of them would admit it out loud, but the truth was that neither of them wanted to give up one for all. They both felt the weight of failure on their shoulders and wanted a chance to redeem themselves. At the same time, it was that same weight which made them feel like the other deserved it more than they did. Ochako, you should have it. I couldn't control it, and I kept breaking my body to save people. I prioritized everyone else over my own safety. Because of that, I was one bad fight away from having to retire and pass it on after 3 months. If I was better able to control it, or if my body wasn't so messed up, then maybe the tragedy at Jaku wouldn't have happened. Izuku, listen to yourself. You're still doing the same thing. Prioritizing my happiness over your own. You fought as hard as you could, even knowing the consequences. I stayed away from the most important fight. I should have been there in Kamino. Maybe if I was there, All Might would have lived, and maybe Jaku wouldn't have happened. Ochako dash. Izuku, listen to me. Ochako slammed her hand on the table and immediately froze. For the first time since he asked the question, they were finally looking at each other. Izuku had a determined look on his face, and she knew she had a similar expression. As the absurdity of it sank in, she began laughing. A moment later, Izuku also broke out in laughter. We're hopeless, aren't we? Yeah. Ochako smiled as she looked at Izuku, and once again reached across the table, making a grabbing motion, and he complied by holding her hand again. How about this, we let All Might decide. After all, it is only right for him to choose a successor. After we explain what happened, we can let him decide what to do. Yeah, it's not fair for us to make the decision for him. Ochako noticed Izuku trying to keep the sadness off of his face, but she had spent enough time studying analysts that she could read him more than she would ever admit. You're worried about being quirkless, aren't you? Izuku simply nodded in response. Ochako had to admit, she did not like seeing him this way. You don't need a stupid quirk to pass the entrance exam. We know what to expect, right? We're going to be training anyway. We'll just add some extra practice, and you can show them all. Really? Izuku's face lit up. Ochako fervently nodded her head. Yeah. Remember, I've seen what you can do quirkless. I know you can do it. After they left the cafe, Izuku checked the time on his phone. He had another hour before his train to return home departed. Is there anything you want to do? I still have some time left. Ochako's face lit up. I know where we can go. Once again grabbing Izuku's hand, she walked towards a nearby park. Feeling his hand in hers, she wished she had been brave enough to tell Analyst. To let him know how she really felt and to see if he felt the same way in return. Given what happened to them, perhaps it was for the best that she didn't. Besides, the Izuku beside her now was more than willing to take her hand, and she wasn't going to let go this time. When they reached the park, she guided Izuku to the tallest hill and collapsed onto it, staring into the vast, blue sky. Izuku was more careful as he lay down next to her. For a few minutes, they just sat there in comfortable silence. Not two people with the weight of the world thrust upon them, but just a pair of teenage kids enjoying the cozy languor of a lazy Sunday afternoon. Slowly, Ochako turned, and for a brief moment she saw Annalise lying there. Her heart fluttered. Closing her eyes, she shook her head to clear the image before finally breaking the tranquility. Izuku. He turned his head towards her. HM? What is it? I'm glad you were sent back with me. I don't know what I would have done if I was all alone. Me too. I was worried it was all a crazy dream until you picked up your phone. And I'm glad that it was you who came back with me. Imagine if one of us got sent back with Bakugo? Or Todoroki. The two laughed at the idea of having to be thrust into this situation with some of their more difficult classmates. Izuku, we'll do it this time, right? Izuku smiled and nodded. Yeah. We'll stop the villains, for sure. Izuku lifted one of his arms and made a fist, offering it to Ochako. Smiling in return, she raised her own fist and returned the lazy fist bump. They won't know what'll hit them. Chapter 3, Izuku. Izuku had a plan. While he didn't know if it was a good plan, there were only so many options given their current state. From the options available to them, Recovery Girl was the most likely person that he could meet in person to talk to. He just had to hope that she would listen long enough to get him in contact with Nizu, and ultimately, All Might. After school, rather than walking home, he took a train to UA's campus and found some place to sit with a clear view of the entrance. As he sat down, he saw students slowly trickling out as their after-school activities began to wind down. All he had to do was wait and hope to catch Recovery Girl. He hoped this would work. Pulling out his phone, he tried to distract himself by catching up on the latest hero news. Even though he had read it all before, so much time had passed that it felt new to him. Another hour passed before the teachers and staff started leaving. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku watched until he saw Recovery Girl finally walk out of the gates herself. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and began walking towards her. Here goes nothing. Excuse me? Recovery Girl turned towards him. Are you talking to me? Izuku nodded. Yes. I need to talk to Nizu about something very important. He felt nostalgic seeing her glare at him through the visor on her helmet. I'm sure if you contact the office they can arrange a meeting for you. Izuku looked around to make sure no one was in earshot before he leaned in. I actually can't go through the office. It's actually urgent. You see, I know the truth about All Might and One for All. He had never seen Recovery Girl move so fast before. The next thing he knew, he was on the ground with Recovery Girl twisting his arm behind his back. Ow. Of course, even if I never have seen her in action, she still is a pro hero. Thinking back to his time with Gran Torino, Izuku felt the heat rising to his face as he realized that was the second time an older hero had ambushed him so thoroughly. He needed to stop underestimating them just because of their age. Even though Izuku couldn't see her, he heard her pull her phone out and call someone. Nizu? We have a problem. Well, his plan worked, Izuku thought to himself. Even though the conditions were less than ideal, he was now sitting in Nizu's office. Seated across from the principal, his desk separated the two of them. Behind him, he was flanked by Eraserhead and Midnight. It felt intimidating, having two heroes watching to see if he, a 14-year-old quirkless kid, was a threat. It seems you have caused quite a stir, young man. Izuku looked Nizu in the eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to make this meeting happen. I see. It must be very important. Izuku nodded and swallowed the lump in his throat. Here goes nothing. I'm from the future. The room went completely silent. Izuku wished he could read the principal's facial expressions, but he was just as impossible to read as he remembered. Finally, Nizu spoke, a bold claim. I trust that you have information that would convince us of that fact? Izuku glanced at the two heroes in the room. Yes, but it's not something I can share with everyone here. Aizawa groaned. So you can tell us that you're from the future, but won't go into details? Isn't that kind of suspicious? Panicking, Izuku turned towards Aizawa, mentally apologizing to Eri. You're in a secret relationship with Ms. Joke, and you wear cat pajamas to bed at night. If looks could kill, Izuku would have been struck dead by the glare Aizawa was giving him. Namiri, on the other hand, looked like Christmas came early. Oh Shota, why didn't you ever tell us? Midnight teased. Because I knew what would happen if you and Hisashi found out. Aizawa glared at Izuku. How do you even know that? Izuku at least had the sense to look ashamed of himself. From where I come from, you have an adopted daughter. And she sees me as her big brother, and well, she told me a lot of dash. Aizawa cut him off. I get it. Feeling hopeful, Izuku turned back to the principal. Do you believe me now? I believe you enough to call in someone who can verify the troublesome thing you told Recovery Girl, Nizu responded. Detective Tsukachi? If his name-dropping the detective caught Nizu off guard, he didn't show it. Indeed. The detective has a lie detection quirk that would help verify some of your claims. In the meantime, why don't you tell us a little more about yourself? Deciding to leave out the parts involving All Might, for now, Izuku turned in his chair so he could see both Aizawa and Nizu. Technically I won't be a freshman for another year and a half, but it all starts on the third day of school when we are scheduled to visit the USJ. When Detective Tsukachi finally arrived, he was escorted into Nizu's office. He saw Aizawa looking angrier than he had ever seen him before, and Midnight simply looked overwhelmed. Finally, he saw Izuku sitting there, staring down at his hands. Tsukachi turned towards Nizu. I hope this isn't your idea of a joke. No. At least, not one that I am making. Nizu gestured towards Izuku. This young man has informed us of some rather disturbing things. That is if what he says is true. And that is why you called me? Precisely. Nizu turned toward the teachers. Now then, would the two of you please wait outside for a few minutes? I must address the things that Recovery Girl had mentioned, privately. Aren't you worried about him? Aizawa asked. Nizu laughed. If Recovery Girl could handle a 14-year-old boy, I believe the two of us can as well. Fine then, I'm going to the training grounds. I think I will be joining you, Namiri said. Aizawa turned to her as they both were leaving. You're not getting any more details. Please, after what we've heard? Your relationship can wait. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he heard the banter between the two teachers. He wasn't in the clear, not by far, but things had managed to go smoother than he hoped they would. Once the door closed, Nizu pressed a button, activating additional security features in his office. Now then. Not only do you claim that you are from the future, but you also claim you know the truth about All Might and One for All, correct? Yes. True. Tsukachi's head snapped around to look at Izuku in disbelief. I believe the detective's response was enough to verify the accuracy of that statement. Now then, who told you about them? Izuku looked directly at the detective. All Might did. True. And why did he tell you these things? Because I was his successor. True. Tsukachi had a hard time maintaining a straight face. He had heard a lot of incredible things over the years, but this was uncharted territory. And how did you end up here? One for All sent me. True. Successor finally decided to cut in. How? I know All Might can do some amazing things with his quirk, but he has never shown any indication of having additional powers beyond his strength and durability. One for All will evolve when he passes it on. My theory is that it is similar to a quirk awakening, except due to the nature of One for All it is related to the amount of power it has stored, and when it was passed on to me, it had crossed some critical threshold that was necessary for it to. I believe that is enough. Nizu interrupted and embarrassed Izuku. Sorry, I was mumbling again. Quirk analysis is a hobby of mine. I see. And do you possess One for All right now? No. How did it send you back in time then? The second holder of One for All. His quirk allowed him to send his consciousness back in time. He couldn't send it back far in life. But after residing within One for All for so long, his quirk has gotten significantly stronger, and he was able to send me back about 2.5 years. I see. That explains why you came here. We both know about One for All, and it was only once you started here that events really began to spiral out of control. Nizu hopped out of his chair. Now then, I believe you should begin again, and this time do not leave out the important details about All Might. I will prepare some more tea for us. Izuku looked back down at his hands and took a deep breath. Events began about 2 years before I was sent back in time. In about 7 months, on the first day of my final year of middle school. After school, I was attacked by a sludge villain. For the next hour, the two adults sat and listened as Izuku summarized everything for them. Periodically, Nizu paused Izuku to verify that everything he was saying was true or make notes about future events. And then as I was dying, a second unknown quirk within One for All activated, and 4 days ago I woke up here. How are you still sane after that? The detective asked in disbelief. Indeed. I am going to insist you enroll in therapy. I have a specialist in mind who works with heroes. They specialize in discretion and the effects of suffering from complex quirks. I believe they can help. So you believe me? Izuku asked hopefully. I believe what you are saying is true. Obviously, we need to bring in All Might to talk to you, Successor replied. Indeed. And I believe that time is of the essence. The sooner we can have All Might pay a visit to our campus, the better. Now then, Mr. Midoriya, do you have any more startling revelations for us? Nizu asked, pointedly. Izuku laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his head. Do you remember how I kept referring to my timeline? What if I told you that there was a second person sent back in time, and she also was a 9th holder of One for All? Successor and Nizu shared a knowing look. It was going to be a long week. Inko anxiously paced back and forth in the living room of her apartment. Izuku hadn't called or sent her a message, and he should have been home hours ago. She didn't know where he was and was growing more worried as time went on. She kept the news on to see if there were any major villain attacks that he had been caught up in, but so far nothing had been announced. When she heard the door to the apartment, she rushed to the entrance. Izuku-Inko was cut off when she saw Izuku standing there, escorted by the hero, Midnight. Hi mom, Izuku sheepishly said. Inko looked between her son and the pro-hero, worry written across her face. What happened? Is Izuku in trouble? The pro-hero gave her a reassuring smile. No, he isn't in trouble. He decided to pay a visit to UA today, even if his methods were rather unconventional. Inko's eyebrows furrowed with concern. What does that mean? Normally kids don't just walk up to teachers as we are leaving and try to strike up a conversation about quirks. Needless to say, it got our attention. Inko smiled as she looked at the hero. That does sound like Izuku, he has a passion for quirks ever since. She felt tears building but stopped herself. It's okay. You don't have to say it, Midnight reassured Inko, but he spent the afternoon with us. If you knew your mom would be worried, you should have let her know, young man. Izuku blushed and laughed nervously. Sorry. I was just so excited. I forgot? Well, I'm just glad he's home and safe. Thank you for escorting him. My pleasure. I guess I should warn you, since he may forget again, but we want him to come back to UA tomorrow as well. Really? Both Midoriyas asked in incredulity. Midnight couldn't help but laugh at how similar they were. Yes. It isn't often we find someone as interesting as your son, and the principal has taken a personal interest in him. So he wants to speak with him again tomorrow. That's wonderful news. Inko exclaimed. Aizu has always wanted to be a hero, even though he is quirkless. To hear that he has attention from a school as prestigious as UA-. Isn't it great, Mom? Inko pulled her son into a hug. Just don't make me worry like this. I thought you were caught in a villain attack and hurt. Or worse. Well, it seems you two have a lot to discuss, so I'll give you two some privacy. After Midnight left and Inko calmed down, she dragged Izuku into their living room and sat him down on the couch. You have some explaining to do, she sternly told him. Ever since last week, you've been acting strange. And then you disappeared for the whole day yesterday. And now I find out you visited UA without telling me. What happened to you? Izuku guiltily rubbed the back of his head, looking at his mom with a warm grin. Well, last week I realized just how far behind I was, and how much work I need to do if I wanted to become a hero. So I was walking around making plans yesterday? And that's why I went to UA today. Inko just stared at her son in awe, and tears threatened to spill out again. Oh Aizu, you didn't have to hide that from me. I want to be there for you as you chase your dream. Izuku couldn't help but begin crying as well. His mom was always this supportive of him, and he had almost forgotten that fact. He stood up and hugged her. He just hoped she would forgive him when he told her the truth. Izuku approached UA again. This time he saw Aizawa standing at the gates. As he walked up, he felt his familiar glare. So the problem child came back. Of course. I need your help. Is that so? Aizawa looked him over with a critical stare. Yeah. I know I can't do it on my own, which is why I came yesterday. Poof. At least you know you're in over your head. Izuku felt butterflies in his stomach. Why yeah. They walked in silence. Izuku was still unsure what to say to his old teacher. He wasn't even sure if Aizawa would forgive him for blurting out his secrets like that yesterday. When they reached a quiet hallway, Aizawa suddenly stopped and turned to him. You said that in the future I adopted a daughter. What happened? Izuku saw Aizawa's glare before looking at the floor. Please don't get upset at Eri. I only told you that so that you would believe me. Eri? Is that the girl's name? Yeah. Izuku looked back up at Aizawa. She's a little girl with an amazing quirk. But she was abused for her entire life, used as a lab rat by the Yakuza. So she couldn't control her quirk. And without control, she killed someone by accident. So you were chosen to take care of her. Because of Erase, Aizawa stated matter-of-factly. Yeah. And she adopted Mirio and me as her older brothers. She felt comfortable around us, so we helped you raise her. Mirio? The kid in Vlad's class who can't keep his clothes on? Izuku laughed. He had almost forgotten about that accident during the sports festival. Although when we rescued her, he was a third year and practically a pro himself. I see. And she told you about my home life? Yeah. One day Eri was spending time with us, and we were talking about how strict you are in class, and she was confused because she never saw that side of you. Aizawa sighed. And let me guess, you want to rescue her as soon as possible? Remorse was easily visible on Izuku's face as he nodded. He felt selfish, putting such a heavy burden on not only his teachers but the heroes as well. Don't look so guilty. If she has it as bad as you say, we'll be doing her a favor. Izuku knew that even though he rarely showed it, his former teacher had always cared about his students in his own way. And talking with him only strengthened the notion as they resumed their walk. The pair finally arrived at Nizu's office and saw All Might sitting there in his true form along with Detective Tsukachi and Nizu. Who's this? Aizawa asked as he stepped into the room behind Izuku. Allow me to introduce you to All Might. Bewilderment struck Aizawa. You can't be serious. All Might stood up and in a puff of smoke transformed into his renowned, muscular form. He is. It really is I, All Might. Aizawa noticed Izuku's lack of reaction. And of course, you knew this already. Before I was sent back in time, All Might's true form had become common knowledge. Let me guess, Aizawa responded, I'm not allowed to know about it. Izuku looked at All Might, quietly pleading for an escape. All Might looked back and forth between Aizawa and Nizu before making a decision. If Nizu trusts you, you can stay. All eyes turned to Nizu. You may stay, but you must understand, what you are about to hear must be kept in the strictest confidence. No one outside of this room is allowed to know, without expressed permission from All Might. Aizawa sighed, whether in relief or irritation Izuku couldn't tell. Fine by me. Izuku sat down across from All Might. Aizawa sat to one side. Tsukachi sat to the other. All Might, I would like you to meet your successor. Nizu proudly exclaimed. All Might immediately descended into a coughing fit, blood leaking out around his hand. What? Izuku couldn't help but look crushed at All Might's reaction. It's true. All Might looked like he was about to continue, but Nizu cut him off. Mr. Midoriya here is from a future where he was your successor until One for All sent him back through time. He only arrived 5 days ago, in fact. This caused another coughing fit from All Might, and this time Tsukachi helpfully provided a cloth handkerchief. Aizawa gave a puzzled look. Successor? One for all? Now I know I'm missing something. Mr. Midoriya, I believe you are the one to best answer the question. Izuku looked at All Might. For me, it was about 2 years ago. But from where we are, in about 7 months, I was supposed to meet you on the way home from school. All Might sat in silence as Izuku told him about how he had been chosen to be his successor, and then once again gave a brief explanation of future events, until he got to the raid of Kamino Ward. No! All Might exclaimed. All for One is alive? How is that possible? I don't know. Izuku stammered out. His face was a mass of scar tissue, and he was covered in medical devices, but it still took all of your remaining strength to defeat him. We must stop him. And I agree, Nizu interjected. But please let Mr. Midoriya continue. There is more story to tell before we decide what we are going to do with this information. Looking back at All Might, Izuku continued. He told All Might about everything that happened after Kamino, up until the events in Jaku City, his battle with Shigaraki, and its disastrous conclusion. And then the next thing I know, Ochako and I woke up Friday morning, thinking we had a really strange dream until I called her, Izuku concluded. Aizawa was the first to speak up. I really should have left when I had the chance. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Aizawa frowned at Izuku. What are you apologizing for? Actually, hold that thought. One thing at a time. Let me make sure I have this straight. All Might, you were quirkless, but someone gave you an ancient, transferable quirk? All Might nodded in affirmative. And then, you were so moved by this kid that you decided to give him, an untrained 14-year-old, your quirk. It's complicated, but yeah, Izuku verified. And then, when the quirk was given to you, it achieved some sort of critical mass to unlock hidden powers within itself? Yes. And that included the ability to time travel? Not directly. But yes. Close enough. But, on top of that, when this quirk activated, somehow another person, who was from a third timeline, also had One for All activated at the same time? Why yeah, I'm still not sure about the details myself. I would be terrified if you did. But the end result is now we have two children, both of whom know a scary amount of information, and who are both currently extremely vulnerable, on our hands. That is correct, Nizu pointed out, and something I am already seeking to address. Aizawa let out an exasperated sigh. What did I just agree to? After being questioned for hours a second time, the meeting concluded. Izuku stood up, prepared to leave, when he felt All Might's hand land on his shoulder. Young Midoriya, can I have a word with you? Izuku nodded. Feel free to talk in the teacher's lounge, Nizu offered helpfully. That room is also secured to allow for sensitive conversations. Thank you, All Might responded and guided Izuku out. A sense of déjà vu filled Izuku, thinking back to the many times in the past where All Might led him to the teacher's lounge to share some important news with him. Reaching the lounge, All Might pressed the button Nizu had told him about before sitting down across from Izuku. So, about the topic of you being my successor. Ochako should be your successor. Izuku blurted out, looking away from All Might. A stunned All Might asked, why do you say that? Izuku held his right arm out and looked at it. I overexerted myself when I used One for All, willing to hurt myself to make sure others were safe. That isn't necessarily a problem. Heroes risk themselves every day in the line of duty. No, I mean I hurt myself. After 3 months, I was one battle away from being unable to use my arms. Izuku looked at All Might, putting on a determined face. Night, I was right. I didn't deserve One for All. You chose wrongly when you made me your successor. And then you should let Ochako have it. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears as he talked, while All Might simply sat there in silent astonishment. Here was a young man, clearly upset by the decision he made, and willing to make such a sacrifice. He began to suspect why he had chosen him to be his successor. Young Midoriya. I believe I should be the one to choose my successor. Izuku looked down. Why yes, you're right, All Might. He reached across the table and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. You gave me an idea of what happened, but could you tell me exactly what happened that day? Izuku told him, with Katsuki blowing up his notebook and telling him to jump off a building, how it delayed Izuku at school just long enough to be attacked by the sludge villain on his way home, and how close he was to death till All Might rescued him. Then he desperately clung to All Might as he tried to leave, hoping for an answer to his question. And then All Might rejected him on the rooftop. All Might stopped him there. I said that? Izuku looked away. Yeah. I am sorry, young Midoriya. It wasn't you that said it. It may as well have been me. All Might looked at his skeletal hand. Please, continue. Izuku continued to explain that because of him, he lost the villain and rushed off to find him. Said villain had escaped and attacked Katsuki. While Izuku watched, all of the heroes stood by helplessly, claiming they didn't have the right quirk to help. As he looked at Katsuki, he saw that the other boy was genuinely scared for the first time, and ran in to help. He didn't have the strength to save him, of course. But he bought enough time for All Might to arrive and rescue both of them. And then, you caught up with me later that day, and told me I could be a hero with your quirk. All Might's jaw fell. Excuse me, Midoriya, but I need a moment. Oh, okay. Izuku continued to look at the table. All Might left the room and walked to a window, looking out into the school courtyard. Hearing his story, it was as if he was there himself, and he knew why the other version of him made the decision that he did. He saw much of himself in Izuku. A quirkless young man who wanted to help people, no matter the cost. As he looked down at his hands, he remembered the cost everything. People he cared about, happiness, even his own body. He had thrown all of it away in the pursuit of being the symbol of peace. And here was a small boy who wanted to follow him down that path. And he almost died because of it. No, he didn't die because of his desires. He died because of All Might's failings. The young man was certainly worthy of one for all. But All Might was not worthy of him. He almost wanted to give in to Izuku's wishes and declare Ochako his successor, but that would be running away from the problem. Closing his fist, All Might resolved to be a better teacher and mentor to the boy this time, to prove that he was worthy of Izuku. He returned to the teacher's lounge. Now answer me honestly, young Midoriya. If I wanted you to be my successor again, would you be? Of course. Izuku sat upright. You gave me a chance when nobody else would. It was the greatest honor I could have ever received. Then why are you so insistent I give one for all to young Uraraka instead? Izuku's face fell again. I don't want to deny her the chance to have it. You obviously thought she was also worthy as your successor. All Might put his hand on the boy's shoulders. Even with your actions today, you are showing me that you are worthy of being my successor. That statement is true whether or not you have one for all. But I agree that it would be unfair for me to declare you my successor without talking to young Uraraka. I will speak to her, and then, I will make my decision. After Izuku left, All Might returned to Nizu's office. So, what do you think? The principal asked. All Might sat down with a heavy sigh. I think he was telling the truth. And that scares me. Indeed. It sounds like Japan doesn't take your retirement well. It is why I have been pushing myself these past 3.5 years as hard as I have. Perhaps that is the problem. Oh? Nizu hopped out of his chair to stare out the window. The symbol of peace has been a foundation of Japan for several generations. Do you realize that almost every active hero is under the age of 40? And most former heroes have either been killed or have retired by then? Can you imagine the effect that must have on people? To see the symbol of peace, just gone after a single evening? All Might was driven speechless. I see. Fortunately, knowing what we do, we can hopefully avoid the worst of it. I understand Mr. Midoriya has his own priorities, such as his desire to rescue the little girl, Eri, from the Shy Hassaikai as soon as we can arrange it. However, I believe you have a different priority. All for one. Precisely. If your old nemesis is still alive, we must find a way to deal with him. Preferably in a way that doesn't leave your current state exposed to the world. I agree. But first, there is another, more pressing matter we need to attend to. Nizu returned to his desk to retrieve a pair of folders, handing them to All Might. All Might looked at the second folder. Young Uraraka. Yes, Nizu stated matter-of-factly. Mr. Midoriya lives right here in Mustafu. It will be easy for us to protect him, but Miss Uraraka poses a problem currently. Her family lives out in Mia Prefecture in the city of Naberi. That is quite the trip. Do you have any hero contacts out there? Unfortunately not. But we need to hear her story as well. Mr. Midoriya has alluded to the fact that while they both had commonalities between their timelines, there were differences between them as well. Of course, the most obvious being my choice of successor. Precisely. I am sure you wish to speak to her about that as well. All Might opened her file and looked at it. While nothing extraordinary stuck out to him, he was aware that he would have thought the same thing about Izuku before his conversation with him. Given how strong Izuku was as a choice, he can't help but be curious about her. I assume you have a plan? Nizu laughed. Of course. You see, training grounds Beta and Delta are both due to be upgraded. While I normally would use a local construction company, it just so happens that Uraraka Construction, which operates out in the Mia Prefecture, will be winding down on their current contract in a couple of months, and does not have any work lined up afterward. All Might laughed. How clever! If they agree, the family would be forced to spend time here in Mustafu. Precisely. Of course, knowing the distance, I would provide a stipend so that they could rent an apartment here in Mustafu, and if it just so happens that their daughter wishes to enroll at UA, I know just the school she could transfer to finish her middle school education. And when do you plan on meeting with them? I am having the initial contracts and estimates prepared already. But I am planning on extending them an invitation to visit us this Friday. All Might coughed in surprise, managing to mostly avoid spraying blood out. So quickly? Yes. I wish to meet Miss Uraraka as quickly as possible. Aren't you curious about the girl who you had chosen as your successor as well? All Might seemed uncomfortable at that idea. I suppose so. Nizu gave All Might a hard stare. All Might. We have been over this. You have been pushing off the idea of choosing a successor for years. And suddenly you have been gifted not one, but two individuals whom you have personally chosen to be your successor. You're right. After talking to young Midoriya, I would feel honored to have him as my successor. But... All Might sighed. He hated how perceptive the principal could be. But he wished for me to give one for all to young Uraraka instead. I will admit, the selfless reasoning that he gave as to why would have been enough for me to declare him my successor on the spot, but I had agreed to at least speak to young Uraraka before making my decision. All the more reason to have you meet with her as soon as possible. I suppose so. Something told All Might that his decision would only become more complicated after he spoke to Ochako. When Ochako came home from school Wednesday afternoon, she saw her parents talking excitedly in their living room. Can you believe it? Ochako's father, Katashi Uraraka, exclaimed. No, it seems too good to be true. Are you sure it's real? Replied Ochako's mother, no. Katashi nodded vigorously. Sure do. I contacted the school myself to verify it, and it's true. What's going on? Ochako asked, confused. Her father turned towards her, a huge smile on his face. We just got the opportunity of a lifetime. UA is undergoing some renovations, and they want to talk to our company about handling them. Ochako stood there, stunned. Nizu is going all out, isn't he? We've been invited to go to the school on Friday to go over the initial details. Can I come? Ochako excitedly asked. Her mom gave her a skeptical look. Honey, we will be staying there overnight. Will you be okay missing 2 whole days of school? Ochako eagerly bobbed her head. If you're going overnight, that's just more reason for me to go. Plus it's the top hero school in the country. I can make up the work after we get back. That's true. You've been talking about going there next year if you can pass their entrance exam. Ochako felt her cheeks heat up as she decided to risk the next part. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but she hoped to take advantage of her parents' good mood. Besides what? Ochako blushed. I have a friend in Mustafu that I'd really like to meet. A friend? Yeah. So there's a boy I've met who is kind of a hero node? And we've been talking online for about 6 months now. He lives in Mustafu with his mom and is actually really sweet. We happened to trade phone numbers and have been talking that way, and we're thinking about meeting up sometime soon. I was wondering maybe if we'll be there anyway, could we meet up with them so I can meet him in person? Ochako saw her parents look at each other and silently deliberate the decision, while she felt like she was under the effects of her quirk. After what felt like an eternity, her parents turned to her. You said he lives with his mom, right? Would we be able to talk to her? Ochako nodded enthusiastically, a grin on her face. Why yeah. We've been talking for a few weeks over the phone. I'm sure I can arrange that. Well, if there are no red flags when we talk to her, we can meet up with the 2 of them before we come home. Ochako wanted to cheer but simply smiled instead. Thanks. Just let me know when you want to talk. I can let him know and the 3 of you can talk. After getting her parents to agree, Ochako excused herself and escaped to her room. Once there, she slammed the door closed and sent an exciting message to Izuku. Now she just had to hope that he made a good impression on her parents. She had met Inko a few times and she was the sweetest woman ever. However, due to the nature of her parents' jobs and living so far away from Mustafu, Analyst never met her parents, and from their discussion, neither had Izuku. Well, that would change soon. That evening, Izuku gave Ochako his mom's phone number, and her parents called Inko. Ochako sat there in the living room, listening to her parents, and once again, felt her stomach rolling. So many of their plans hinged on this going well, and while she knew they would get along, she couldn't exactly tell her parents that without having to answer even more complicated questions. Alright, Friday at 7 then? Nyo said into the phone. Ochako couldn't hear Inko's reply, but her mom seemed satisfied. That just sounds perfect. We will see you then. After her mom hung up the phone, Ochako couldn't wait any longer. So, how'd it go? Ochako's dad gave her a stern look, but he cracked immediately. She sounds like a lovely person. I am a little concerned about what she said though. She seemed excited that her son made a friend. Oh. Ochako's face fell. She didn't like where this was going. I'm just worried that something may be wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with being quirkless. Ochako blurted out, before covering her mouth, her face turning red. He's quirkless? Her dad asked. Not trusting herself, Ochako simply nodded. He has been bullied a lot in school because of it. Well, that explains it. How long have you known? He told me a few weeks ago, right before our first phone call, Ochako lied. He wanted to be sure I was okay talking to someone like him. Her dad put his hand on her head. Well, it sounds like we raised you right if you're willing to defend him like that. Ochako couldn't help but smile. Hopefully, their actual meeting would go just as smoothly. As Ochako approached the entrance of UA with her parents, she understood what Izuku meant when he said it was strange being back. The act felt both familiar, like it was a lifetime ago, and she felt disconnected. As if this wasn't real. She wished Izuku was here. Over the past week, every time one of them felt this way, they would support each other and keep each other grounded. But for the next several hours, she had to face this alone. But she refused to let that stop her. After everything she had been through, she refused to be brought down by the act of visiting her former, and hopefully future, school. Walking into the gate, she saw Nizu standing there, as well as Midnight and Cementos, both dressed in business suits rather than their usual hero costumes. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter. More importantly, I am the principal. Welcome to my illustrious school, Nizu proudly announced. The pleasure's all ours. Uraraka Construction, at your service, Katashi said. I still can't believe you're looking to hire us, if I'm being honest. Nizu merely laughed. Oh, that is understandable. But you see, when we upgrade the training grounds, we wish to add some additional features that I would prefer not to be common knowledge. Because of that, we began seeking a company outside of our traditional contractors. I see, so that means we can't tell our little Chaco what we would be doing? Katashi joked. Nizu shook his head. No, I am afraid not. Not if you want your daughter to attend here at least. Ochako paled at the warning. Nizu had to be bluffing, didn't he? Thankfully her father laughed. I think we can keep her out of the loop, for her sake. Splendid. Now then, I have arranged for Ms. Kayama to take your daughter on a tour around the school while we go over the specifics. I suspect that will be a much more interesting way for her to spend her afternoon. My, how nice of you. Sure, I bet little Chaco would be more interested in seeing the school than listening to our stuffy old meeting anyways. Midnight smiled at the parents. I promise, your daughter will be in good hands until you are done. Now then, if you could follow me? Ochako gave the teacher a large smile and nodded. Sure. Ochako's assumption about what was going on was proven right as soon as they had turned the corner into an empty hallway when Midnight stopped and turned towards Ochako. That's some good acting skills you have. Now then, we have heard some very interesting things about you from a certain someone. Ochako dropped the act as well, giving her old teacher a serious look. Izuku already warned me. Yes, I am just like him. Oh, you two are on a first-name basis? How exciting. Ochako couldn't help but blush. It's not like that. After what we went through, it just made sense for us to drop the formality. I can imagine. Well, we have several people who are very interested in meeting you. Nizu would have liked to join us, but he is tied up in other matters. He didn't have to go this far to see me, she protested. Nonsense. If what you claim is true, we will need to protect you, after all. Ochako tried to protest but stopped herself. She had to remember that right now, she wasn't an up-and-coming hero with a provisional license and the ninth holder of one for all. She was still a 13-year-old girl who was at the beginning of her physical and quirk training. You're right, she accepted. Something tells me the two of you aren't planning on sitting still and letting things play out like they did last time. Midnight smiled mischievously. We want to make sure nobody puts everything together and goes after you. Ochako nodded. It made sense, even if she didn't like it. Seemingly satisfied, Midnight resumed walking, escorting Ochako to Nizu's office. When they stepped inside, Ochako saw Aizawa, All Might, and Detective Tsukachi already seated. You know, this is your last chance to escape, Aizawa told Midnight as she took a seat. Oh please, she replied. Do you think even if I walked out Nizu would let me off the hook? I want to know what I'm getting into. Aizawa shrugged before examining Ochako as she entered the room. Ochako, meanwhile, was focused completely on the skeletal form of All Might, sitting there, alive and well. She carefully sat down, never taking her eyes off of him. "Greetings, young Uraraka," All Might said awkwardly. Ochako was at a loss for words. Hi All Might. All Might sensed her distress. Is something the matter? Ochako cursed her emotions, wishing she could have hidden them better. I guess Izuku didn't tell you? Tell me what? In my timeline. Ochako took a deep breath and steeled herself, looking at All Might. From my perspective, you died 8 months ago. The room was silent, and the three heroes all looked at the detective, whose horrified expression confirmed that she was telling the truth. Well, what happened to me? She saw Tsukachi pull out a pen and a notebook, preparing to take notes. Closing her eyes, she mentally prepared herself, before looking at All Might again. It was when the heroes moved against the League of Villains at Kamino Ward. During my summer camp, the League of Villains attacked us and captured Fumikage Tokoyami, one of our classmates. Part of my class organized a rescue operation. Taking your advice, I decided not to participate. She paused, steeling herself for the next part. Nobody knew All for One was there. You were forced to protect my classmates, which kept you from using your full strength. By the time the other heroes managed to get everyone safely out of the area, you were too badly hurt. As your final act, you killed All for One, ending the cycle of violence the two of you were locked into. They rushed you to the hospital, but it was too late. The silence hung heavily in the air as all eyes were on All Might, who struggled to accept what he just heard. It seems that there were more differences than who I chose as my successor, All Might awkwardly remarked. Ochako pulled out a notebook. Yeah. Izuku and I have been writing notes to compare. Tsukachi looked impressed. I guess that will make my job easier. I would like to get a copy of both of your notes so that we can begin our work. Sure, Ochako agreed. We were talking about things we wanted to do differently this time, already. Well, you can't do too much on your own, the detective warned. You're just kids. You don't even have the defense of a provisional license, and Midoriya doesn't even have a quirk. Just because Izuku doesn't have a quirk doesn't mean he's useless. The detective seemed surprised by the outburst. My apologies. I know it can be difficult for someone without a quirk nowadays. Well, I've seen what Analyst can do firsthand. With the right support gear and his brain, Izuku could do the same. Analyst? All Might asked. Oh. It was weird when we talked about the other Izuku and Ochako from our respective timelines, so we decided to refer to them by their hero names? I see. That sounds like a wise decision. Anyways, Aizawa interrupted, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. We know you want to help but leave the actual work to the pros. Right now, the best way to help us is by telling us your version of events so that we have a starting point to work with. Nodding, Ochako flipped her notebook to the first page. Let's go back to the beginning. My story starts in what will be 8 months from now. Ochako started with All Might finding her and offering her the chance to be his successor. He then began her training, which had the benefit of helping her family. As All Might, he funneled money into renovating the town of Naberi, demolishing old abandoned buildings in the town, and hiring Uraraka Construction to rebuild houses and storefronts. And Ochako was responsible for the cleanup. After the controlled demolition of a building, Ochako trained her body and her quirk to help remove the rubble before her parents' company came in to begin their work. That way he was able to train her, help her parents, and bring new life to her hometown. The day before the entrance exam, he passed one for all onto her. She broke her arm the first time she used it because she was used to her quirk being more binary. But it didn't matter for the exam, because One for All had also begun working on her quirk, giving her a new power, heavy gravity. Instead of simply removing an object's gravity, with a touch she could massively increase its gravity, causing inanimate objects to collapse in on themselves. With her new power, she tore through the entrance exam, almost tying All Might's old record for villain points in the exam with 85 villain points. She could have done more, but she passed out from quirk exhaustion before the 10 minutes were up. Interest picked up as she described her school year with frequent interruptions as they went over events that were different from how Izuku described them. She tried to remember everything she could, relying on her notebook to help her out. When they were finally done, Midnight looked overwhelmed as she turned to Aizawa. "Now I understand why you have been disappearing after school. And you know the worst part? I can't tell Emmy we're probably going to be taking care of a traumatized kid." Ochako blushed at that. Sorry. Eri was really important to both of us. Aizawa looked at her. Don't be. I've talked to Midoriya. If half of what he said is true, I'll gladly take her in again. Really? Yes. Aizawa stood up. Although if you excuse me, I need to find an excuse to not be here when Nizu is done. I'm going to join you. Midnight stood up. Maybe we can call Fukukado and have her meet us in Hizashi somewhere? Aizawa just stared at Midnight, before relenting. Fine, at least you can bother her and leave me in peace. As the two teachers departed, Ochako felt All Might put his hand on her shoulder. Young Uraraka, could you come with me for a bit? Ochako looked at All Might and nodded in assent. He guided her to the familiar teacher's lounge, where the two sat down across from each other. I am sure young Midoriya mentioned this to you, but I wanted to talk to you about being my successor. It should be Izuku. Ochako looked down at the table. I didn't do a very good job. All Might merely smiled. I have heard that before. Why don't you think you were a good successor? Ochako continued to stare at the table, finding it more captivating than this conversation, but nevertheless, she continued on. Well, you heard what happened at Kamino Ward. I could have gone with my classmates like Izuku did. He managed to get everyone out and let you fight unhindered. While the you from my timeline told me that everything would be okay and to trust you. So I did. Before young Midoriya told you his story, did you blame yourself? Ochako let out a sigh. A little bit. I always wondered what would have happened if I did something. And then, to hear it from Izuku. She fought back tears of frustration until All Might placed a hand on her shoulder. I am sorry. You did not fail me, if anything, I failed you. I told you to trust me, and I betrayed your trust. And for 8 months, I forced you to bear a burden alone. Hearing those words felt like a weight lifted from Ochako's heart. Until that very moment, she didn't realize how much she needed to hear him say those words to her. That he didn't blame her for staying away. Ochako smiled back at All Might. I wasn't alone. Shortly afterward, I told Ryukyu everything. And I had my classmates. Analyst, in particular, helped me a lot. All Might reciprocated the smile. I am glad then. But it was still a burden you shouldn't have had to bear. Thanks. Now then, I know you didn't explain everything in our last meeting. Start from the beginning, how did I choose you to be my successor? Ochako took a deep breath. For some background history, you should probably know my family's situation. They own a construction company, but due to where we live, work isn't steady. That means sometimes we struggle to get by when we don't have a major contract to work on. I offered to give up my career as a hero for my parents because if I could use my quirk to help move materials, that would save a ton of money on labor and equipment. But they insisted I follow my dreams. Ever since I was 6, I wanted to be a hero. And my parents, they always tried to support me in that. And so I vowed to become the best hero I could be. I know the top heroes make enough money. I could support my parents so they would never have to worry about the inconsistent nature of their work ever again. Ochako paused, seeing if All Might had any questions before continuing. When I met you, we were going through one of the rough patches. The contract my parents have now, in fact, was their last big contract. After this, they were unable to secure anything long-term. They tried to hide it from me, to keep up appearances because they knew that it was an important year for me. I couldn't do anything to help, so instead, I tried to make their life at home as easy as I could, while starting to prepare for the entrance exams of UA and Shiketsu. And then, the incident with Blastwave happened. He had fled to Nabari in an attempt to hide from authorities, while you personally came to try and arrest him because the local heroes were no match for him. All Might nodded in affirmative. Where you helped rescue a small child? Yes. Blastwave was desperate, so he unleashed his quirk on an apartment complex. Thanks to the fighting, most people had already evacuated, but there was a little boy who didn't. I was able to stay out of the way of the attack when he used his quirk, but then I heard him crying. And you used your quirk to save him? Ochako nodded fervently. I floated myself up to the second floor and used my quirk on as much of the room we were in as I could, trying to keep us safe. It wasn't much, but it gave you the time you needed to save both of us. After I finished vomiting, the heroes on the scene reprimanded me for using my quirk and told me that I was lucky they overlooked my quirk usage. But before I could make it home, you found me. You told me how impressed you were by my actions, and you asked me to be your successor. Looking back at All Might, Ochako was taken back to All Might's crying. Did I say something wrong? No, young Uraraka. In fact, just the opposite. I have been negligent in my duties of finding a successor, and then in the span of a week, I have been gifted with not just one, but two people who are worthy to carry on my legacy. Ochako was stunned. But what about Kamino? All Might shook his head. That was not your fault. Just like the two of you are seeking ways to find a better future, both of you have shown me that I need to do better this time. To be worthy of the two of you. All Might stood up. Thank you, young Uraraka. I need to think about this. I can't imagine it's an easy decision. Let me ask you. If I were to name you my successor, would you do it again? Of course. I want to help as many people as I can. Even before I was given one for all, I planned on becoming a rescue hero. You gave me an opportunity to go beyond that. And yet, you think I should give it to young Midoriya instead? Ochako held up her hand, revealing the 5 pads on her fingers. I already have a quirk, while Izuku doesn't. And Izuku, I don't think he has ever accepted his quirklessness the same way he did in my timeline. If I can help him by letting him have a quirk dash. All Might cut her off by placing a hand on her shoulder. Say no more. I understand. Like young Midoriya, you have done more than enough to prove you are worthy of carrying on my legacy, with or without one for all. Thank you. All Might breathed a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, now I am left with a tough decision. Ochako gave All Might a reassuring smile. I think, whomever you choose, we both are going to try and make you proud. All Might smiled back. Of that, I have no doubt. Chapter 5, Start. After he concluded his meetings with the Urarakas, Nizu returned to his office for, in his mind, the much more important meeting. As he opened the door to his office, he saw All Might and Detective Tsukachi already seated, reviewing his notes. "Where are the others?" "I believe they had better things to do," All Might answered. "Kayama said something about dragging information out of Aizawa." "Ah yes, she has been bothering him about that all week." "Well, no matter, the three of us have plenty to discuss." Tsukachi flipped his notebook back to the first page. In some ways, Miss Uraraka's timeline was better. They handled the League more definitively, however. "However?" "I died," All Might stated, a frown on his face. "Well, that is unfortunate. Allow me to prepare some tea, and then we can go over the details." Nizu prepared a kettle of tea and then returned to his companions, setting their cups down in front of them. Settling in, he listened as the two reviewed what Ochako told them. As he expected, while minor details had changed, the major events happened at the same time, until they went over the events of Kamino Ward. "I see, so the situation was more complicated for her." "Yes. And while I would like to think this other version of myself made the right call, it had a lasting effect on young Uraraka. She has a hard time trusting others. After Kamino, she has a pattern of inserting herself into situations, rather than believing people are capable of handling it themselves." "I see. So when paired with Mr. Midoriya's rather obvious martyr complex, that leaves us with two individuals who have the same pattern of inserting themselves into troublesome situations." "Yes," Tsukachi spoke up, "I had already told Miss Uraraka that, like Mr. Midoriya, we are going to get her therapy and that your specialist can work with her remotely. But I am worried that they are going to try something if we don't keep a close eye on them. All the more reason to bring her to Mustafu." All Might agreed, turning to Nizu. "Speaking of which, how did your meeting go?" "It went well. Uraraka construction is suitable for our needs, and we will have the paperwork ready within a week." On their end, they seemed overjoyed to have steady work lined up, at least for the next several years. "And by that point, young Uraraka will be under our care at UA." "Precisely." The three continued discussing events following Kamino. As the three finished up, Nizu took a long sip of tea and processed everything he had heard. "So, now that we have this information, what do we do?" Tsukachi asked. "We do precisely what those children want. We change the future," Nizu answered as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. "And how are we going to do that?" Nizu wearily looked at the two. "That is where things get complicated." After discussing initial leads to begin investigating, Detective Tsukachi said his goodbyes, leaving Nizu alone with All Might. Once the detective was out of the room, Nizu re-engaged the security features in his office. "So, how did your other discussion go?" "Young Uraraka has proven that, just like young Midoriya, she is worthy of being my successor." "Well, that will take some pressure off of me." "I hope," Nizu said pointedly. All Might sighed and looked at the principal. "Yes. I believe having two worthy candidates is already more than enough. You won't have to go through the trouble of finding additional candidates from among the UA student body." "And the rest of it?" All Might took a long drink of tea, weighing his options. "I will agree to your plan. I will move to Mustafu and take the teaching position, although I want to wait until both young Midoriya and Uraraka start their careers at UA. This time, I intend to be a proper mentor for both of them." Nizu observed All Might's body language. While he couldn't claim to be an expert on human behavior, he knew the usefulness of being able to discern human emotions based on their posture and actions. "You are feeling a certain sense of responsibility for those two, aren't you?" All Might simply looked at Nizu and nodded. "Even if it wasn't me, exactly, from their stories I can understand how the All Might that they knew made the choices that he did. So yes, I feel responsible for both of them." And yet, rather than run away from the problem, both of those children wished to face it head-on. All Might earnestly smiled. Indeed. They are inspiring to me, in much the same way that they must have inspired my alternate selves. The fact that those two have both faced death head-on and decided not to back down. I would be doing a disservice to both them and myself if I didn't do the same. And who will you choose to be your successor? After all, you can't give them both one for all. All Might was quiet for a long time. Finally, he stood and walked to the window in Nizu's office, staring at the sunset. Nizu observed silently before he finally stood up and joined him. After a few minutes, All Might spoke. I think it would be unfair to both of them if I were to make only one of them my successor. On that, we agree. But for different reasons. All Might turned to look at Nizu. What do you mean? The idea of the symbol of peace was perfect for the time. But as we have learned this week, the peace we have in Japan is fragile and propped up by one man. When that man was removed, the whole system began to collapse. And while those two tried their hardest to fill the vacuum, they were crushed by the weight of it. All Might stared silently at Nizu, processing what he was saying. But what if, instead of one person, we have multiple people filling the void? We already have two people. I am sure if you asked, they would gladly share the burden between the two of them. And that's not even accounting Dash. That's it. All Might interrupted Nizu, his face lighting up as if he had a brilliant idea. HRM? Those two, they can share one for all. Nizu found himself thankful that his expressions were unreadable by humans. How would you have them do that? When Nana gave it to me, embers of power remained behind in her, allowing her to continue her career until her death. Similarly, when I pass it on, I will have embers of my own, which will allow me to continue my career as All Might. If those two share one for all and regularly pass it back and forth, they would both be able to use it. Nizu immediately thought of 100 different problems with this plan but chose not to voice them. That sounds like a wonderful idea. All Might broadly smiled, quite proud of his solution. Indeed. They will have to be careful, and it would take time for their bodies to store sufficient power, but I think it could work. We will have to be extremely careful with their training. Not only will they have to learn how to conserve these embers when they don't possess one for all, but we don't want any repeat incidents of what happened to Mr. Midoriya. Of course. All Might look down again. I won't make that mistake again. Well, if that's the case, then you won't mind taking some proper courses about teaching. All Might looked appalled at Nizu's words. See courses? Nizu turned to face All Might. Of course. If you are to become a teacher at UA, you should at least have a foundation for teaching. While your years of experience in heroics will provide invaluable insight to the students, it would be best if you learn how to properly convey that knowledge. Do you think those are necessary? Yagi. Nizu looked at All Might, and All Might felt his nerves fail him under his gaze. You were just lamenting how you failed those two. If not for the sake of all of your other future students, learn how to be a better teacher for those two. All Might knew he lost the battle. You are too cruel. As Izuku walked with his mom to her favorite cafe to meet Ochako and her parents, he wondered why he had ever thought that he would have to pretend to be nervous. He regularly talked to Ochako through text messages and phone calls, but he hadn't expected the good news on Wednesday. He was hopeful after he met with Nizu, but he honestly hadn't expected his former principal to go as far as he did to try to help Ochako out. It showed that Nizu was taking the situation seriously, or at least was concerned enough to investigate his claims about Ochako. Then Ochako said that her parents were willing to meet up with him and his mom. That was great news. It meant that they would hopefully have the freedom to meet up more often, assuming that everything went well. The news thrilled his mom, happy that he had found a friend, even if she was a long-distance one. When she talked to Ochako's parents on the phone, she sounded happy, and in some ways was more excited about this meeting than he was. Which led him to his current situation, where he was going to meet Ochako's parents. If his feelings towards Ochako weren't so complicated, it would have been easier for him to relax. They were partners, thrown together by their shared experience as ninth holders of One for All. But he still found himself unfairly transplanting his feeling for Uravity onto her. It wasn't fair to her, and she deserved better from him. They stood outside the cafe waiting until Izuku spotted Ochako walking towards them along with her parents. He remembered them from the few photographs Uravity had kept in her room at the dorms. Smiling, he waved at them. Ochako noticed him and waved back before she started rushing forward. "Hi Izu, I mean you must be Isuku Midoriya." "It's me, Ochako Uraraka." Izuku gave her a nervous smile. "Hi Uraraka. It's nice to finally meet you in person." "Yep." Ochako gave a too wide smile. Inko laughed at the antics of the two children before turning towards Ochako's parents. "You must be Myo and Katashi Uraraka? I'm Inko Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. The pleasure's all ours." I must say we were surprised when our little Chaco told us that she's been talking to a boy she met online. Inko gave them a warm smile. "It doesn't surprise me. Izuku's always had trouble making friends at school, so I was happy to learn when he found someone to talk to. We just sort of got into an argument and kept talking afterward?" Izuku offered up awkwardly. Ochako bobbed her head. "Midoriya's really smart. Even if he has wrong opinions about rescue heroes, he's helped me learn a lot." "That's still up for debate," Izuku tried to defend himself, knowing how it was going to end. "You just are too focused on All Might." Inko laughed as she watched the two go back and forth, turning to Ochako's parents. "I didn't realize your daughter was almost as passionate about heroes as my son is." No wonder they became friends. "Our girl's always wanted to be a hero, ever since she was little. She has always looked up to heroes like 13 and Majestic, who are out there using their quirks to help others." Inko smiled at the other two parents. "I can see why they would argue. But I'm glad he found someone to talk to, even if you live far away." Nyo's face lit up with glee. Something telling in her expression indicated she wanted to say something only to stop herself. Instead, she looked at her husband and then Inko again. "Well, why don't we continue this inside? It's been a long day for us and we can only survive on our train meals for so long." "Sure." Inko turned and led everyone inside. After all three parents turned away, Izuku and Ochako dropped their act, smiling at each other. While they were confident their parents would get along, they couldn't help but worry until it actually happened. "So, how did it go today?" Izuku murmured. "Just like you said it would," Ochako whispered back. "Did Nizu seriously offer your parents a contract?" "I think so, but I don't know the details." "Hopefully we'll find out over dinner?" Ochako nodded, and the two turned to follow their parents inside. As much as they wanted to run off and discuss Ochako's visit to UA, they had to keep up the act for now and pretend that this was still their first meeting. Inko led everyone to a large table, where they sat down and ordered their meals. Ochako surprised Izuku when she ordered a large meal for herself. He had brought Uravity to this cafe a couple of times, and he remembered her ordering the cheapest thing on the menu. Sitting there, he realized he had unconsciously expected Ochako to do the same. He already knew Ochako's thoughts on money were different, largely due to All Might's intervention, but it took something small like this to drive the point home for him. He mentally vowed to work on his assumptions. Once the waitress left, Inko resumed the conversation. So, you mentioned that you were going to be here in Mustafu for business? Nyo's face lightened up again. Yes. We actually were at UA today. Katashi looked more cautious. Honey, should we be talking about this? Nothing is set in stone yet. Nyo looked at him and playfully hit his shoulder. Oh come on, you've been to these meetings before. At this point, it's just a matter of paperwork and you know it. Inko simply smiled at the two, letting their playful bickering play out. So it sounds like it was a good meeting? Yes. They actually are planning on hiring our company for some long-term work on their training facilities. That's great news. Ochako practically cheered. But wait, how are you going to handle the travel? Nyo gave her a warm smile. They offered us travel costs and apartments as part of the contract. Since our costs are lower than their usual companies, they were able to offer us quite a generous incentive package. What? Both Izuku and Ochako blurted out. This caused Ochako's father to laugh. Surprise? Ochako looked at Izuku out of the corner of her eye for a fraction of a second before looking at her dad. But what about school? Are you gonna make me live alone in Naberi the whole year? Both of her parents looked at her. We aren't gonna abandon you like that. If you are okay with it, we can transfer you to a school here in Mustafu. It will still be hard because we'll have to head home sometimes to take care of things. But you'd see us more than if you stayed at home. Success! Ochako couldn't help but smile. That sounds amazing. And we'll be close to UA if I manage to make it in. And if they're paying for the apartment, we won't have to worry about me finding a place to stay near campus. At least until they kick us out. Katashi glanced at his daughter, shaking his head. Ochako, I know you're worried for us, but we already told you that we'd make sure you were taken care of no matter which school you got into. Ochako shot her dad a fierce look. But this is so much better. If we have a place here, then you won't have to worry about me. Aizu, wouldn't that be wonderful if they're close by? Inko turned to the Urarakas. And if you need to learn anything about Mustafu, we can gladly help. Ochako's mother grinned at that. That sounds wonderful. Izuku sent Ochako a nervous smile. Well, it looks like my mom is more excited about this than I am. Ochako giggled. Why yeah. Who could have guessed our parents would get along so well? So, what did you think of UA? Ochako beamed at him. It was amazing. Did you know 13 started teaching there this year? With the ice seemingly broken, the group fell into an easy conversation for the rest of the meal. As time went on, both Izuku and Ochako felt their nerves calm. Their plan seemed to be working, and their parents continued to get along throughout the evening with Inko and Myo dominating the conversation. That would make everything easier moving forward. After they left the cafe, Inko looked at her son and gave him an encouraging smile before turning to Ochako's parents and striking up a conversation. Izuku got the hint and motioned for Ochako to follow him, the two walking far enough away from their parents to have a few moments of privacy. So, how did your meeting go today? Izuku asked. You were right, it was intense. Ochako exclaimed. I didn't get a chance to talk to Nizu, but everyone else in the room asked questions. Did All Might ask you about being his successor? Ochako nodded. Yeah, he did. How did it go? He said he wasn't worthy of me, she replied, a frown on her face. And that no matter what, I am worthy of being his successor, even if you end up with his quirk. He said the same to me. Izuku forced a wobbly smile on his face. At least that means one of us is going to get it? Ochako also forced a smile on her face. Yep. No matter who gets it, we're a team, right? Izuku nodded. Yep. We're in this together. No matter what. The two found themselves reaching for each other's hands, their fingers briefly entwining in silent encouragement. I'm glad I'll be moving to Mustafu. The trips from Naberi are going to be annoying. I'm glad too. Izuku smiled. Cleaning a beach will go so much faster with your help. Ochako giggled. Well, and it will be easier for us to act if we're together. Assuming they let us. They seemed pretty insistent that we let them handle things for now. Ochako gave him a look of disbelief. And you think that is going to stop us? Nope. Izuku at least had the good sense to look ashamed of himself. And I'm pretty sure they know it too. That caused Ochako to laugh. Well, at least we're on the same page. Izuku smiled at her. Yeah. The two enjoyed a few moments of comfortable silence before they looked back and saw that their parents were finishing up their conversation. Izuku turned to look at Ochako. I guess we should check on our parents? Ochako looked over and realized the same thing. Why yeah. The two quietly pulled their hands apart and walked back. Chapter 6, Outset. By the following Friday, Ochako felt like she was going stir-crazy. As she walked home from school, she reflected on how it should feel nice after the past year that she had to just be a normal teenage girl again. To just reconnect with friends and enjoy the quiet pace of life in her hometown. But after a week, she was ready to be a young hero in training again. Stopping, she wondered why she hadn't begun a daily training routine yet. Sure, she would have to start from scratch, but that would mean she was even more prepared when the time came. And it wasn't like she had anything better to do right now. After the rapid pace of the last week and a half, it seemed like things were going to remain slow until All Might and everyone at UA had everything in place, and more importantly, when she was back in Mustafu. Smiling, she resumed her walk home, mentally going over a list of exercises she could do freely around town. When she arrived home, she found her mom sitting in their home office, going over a large stack of paperwork. Hi, Mom, she called out. Her mom looked up, smiling at her. Hi, Chieko. Have a good day at school? Ochako smiled and nodded. Whatcha got there? Nyo skimmed through the paperwork and smiled. The folks at UA sure are efficient. We just got the paperwork today. I'm just going over the numbers to make sure they're right before taking them to our lawyer. That's great. Oh, and they included something for you in the package they sent us. Ochako was surprised to hear that. They did? Yep. Not sure what it is, it felt heavy though. I left it in your room. Thanks. I'll go take a look. Ochako raced through the house to her room, seeing the envelope on her desk. Picking it up, she felt a familiar weight. Wondering why they sent her a message disc, she carefully opened the envelope, removing the disc and laying it on her table. Sitting down, she pushed the button and watched as an image of Nizu appeared in front of her. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter, for I am the principal. Ochako couldn't help but smile at Nizu's signature greeting before he got down to business. Greetings, Miss Uraraka. I hope, after the last few weeks, life is treating you well. The image of Nizu paused briefly before continuing. As I am sure you are now aware, we have hired your parents' construction company to handle renovations of our training facilities. We have submitted the paperwork, and hopefully your parents, upon reviewing it, will agree to the details of the contract. Because I believe in timeliness, I have scheduled a meeting next Saturday where we will officially sign the contract and hire Uraraka Construction. Since they will be traveling to Mustafu already, I wish to personally invite you to join them again. One of our future teachers would like to meet with you to discuss future opportunities. Ochako gasped. He can't mean. I hope you will be able to arrange it. I am dreadfully sorry for pulling you out of school as much as I am these past 2 weeks, but hopefully, your teachers will understand. I will, of course, provide you with an excuse for your absence. While it may seem early, it is never too early for aspiring future heroes to think about their choice of school. Ochako smiled and pumped her fist in the air, a wide grin stretching across her face. The projection of Nizu said his goodbyes before flicking off, but the disc was already forgotten as Ochako returned to the living room to retrieve her bag. She had to call Izuku and tell him the news. When she peered down at her phone, she noticed she had one missed call from Izuku. Smiling, she hit a button and called him back. He picked up on the second ring. Ochako, I-. Izuku, I-. Ochako laughed at their shared enthusiasm. You go first. Did you get a letter from UA today? Izuku asked. Yep. My parents are heading back to UA for business next week, and I'm coming with them. Next Saturday? That's when Nizu wants me to come back. They want me to head there after school. Do you think this is about All Might? I think so. Nizu was obviously being careful in case our parents heard the message, but it was pretty clear he was talking about All Might, if not One for All itself. I guess we'll see what he decided then, huh? Why yeah. When Ochako arrived at UA with her parents, there was much less fanfare this time. Just like the first time, Midnight met with Ochako and pulled her away, while her parents left with UA's lawyers to finalize all of the paperwork. Similarly, she guided Ochako to the teacher's lounge, stopping at the door. Your friend is inside, Midnight goaded, a cheeky smirk present on her face. Ochako grew pink. He's not like that. A knowing grin spread across Midnight's face. Well, I was just teasing, but now you have me curious. I am leaving now. Deciding that avoiding that discussion was the best option, Ochako quickly yanked the door open, practically running into the teacher's lounge before slamming the door behind her. Izuku jumped with a startled yelp. Sorry. Ochako apologized, thankful for the embarrassment to cover what happened. It's okay, I just wasn't expecting that. Izuku gave her a reassuring smile. So how was your trip? It's going to get old fast. She walked over to the couch and sat down next to Izuku. I wish my parents' contract could be cut short so I could move here sooner, but they would never do something like that. Izuku offered her a sympathetic smile. Well, Mom said I can come to visit you soon. She just wants to come with me, so we'll have to spend part of the day with her. That would be great. Ochako couldn't help but grin. The door slammed open a second time, causing both of them to jump in surprise. I am here. With a decision. Hearing that the two tensely stared at each other, both suddenly on edge. Instinctively, they reached out and grabbed each other's hand, holding on firmly. Even though they had both agreed to support each other no matter what All Might decided, it didn't mean that his decision would be any less nerve-wracking. With his signature smile on his face, All Might walked in, spotting his two potential successors. I have decided that both of you will be my successor. The two sat there in silent disbelief, looking back and forth between each other and All Might, making sure that they heard him right. Finally agreeing that they did, they both spoke. What? All Might laughed nervously. You see. Having spoken to both of you privately, it is obvious why other versions of me would have named you their successors. The decision was so difficult that I couldn't decide. They both stared at each other, still bewildered. All Might continued, "It was then that I realized something. One for All is a storage quirk. After all, my predecessor Nana was able to use One for All in the years after she had passed it on to me, protecting the embers of power left behind. So, why not have the two of you share One for All? You each keep it for several weeks at a time, and then when it is in the care of the other, you use the embers that you have collected." "Would that even work?" Ochako bluntly asked. Izuku pulled his hand away to rest his thumb on his lip. He thought about the possibility. In theory, it could. But we would have to get the Vestiges to agree to it. If what happened on Nabu Island is any indication, once it is transferred to one of us, they will gain a certain amount of control over how the transfer works, and who they will allow to have it. Izuku turned towards Ochako. But we don't know how long it will take for the Vestiges to manifest, allowing us to speak to them. Or if they would agree to the plan. So what if they don't agree to it? Ochako asked, turning back towards All Might. All Might laughed uneasily and deflated. In that case, we will have to revisit this conversation? I must admit, despite Nizu's insistence that I think about a successor, I have been putting the topic off. And now I was given not one, but two people who deserve to carry on my legacy. I am merely trying to honor both of your wishes. Izuku and Ochako glanced at each other and blushed. Of course, they both knew exactly what the other was thinking. Ochako was faster to recover and spoke first. Izuku gets it first. Ochako. Ochako cut Izuku off. Izuku, no. We've had this discussion dash. Their argument was cut off by All Might's laughter. I am sorry, but seeing the two of you together, now I truly understand how much you care about each other. Both students turned bright red. Izuku was having trouble saying more than a single syllable, while Ochako was reduced to startled squeaks. To save them from further embarrassment, All Might held up his hand. Don't worry, I understand. After what you had both gone through, it makes sense why you would be close. I must admit, I am a little jealous, and my years of service would have been easier if I had a partner like that. Both simply glimpsed at each other before nodding. Yes, that was exactly what was happening. It had nothing to do with complicated emotions that they were still struggling to sort through. Once she had recovered, Ochako turned toward Izuku. The intense look she shot at him told him that she wouldn't accept any arguments. I already have a quirk. It's not fair for me to get One for All first. Besides, with how much you hurt yourself, you need the extra practice. Izuku pouted. That's not fair. Using my argument against me. Then you shouldn't have made that argument as to why I should have it, she replied smugly. Besides, I think the Vestiges will like you better. Despite her attitude, Izuku saw the lingering self-doubt in her eyes as he stared at her. The two were locked in a silent war. Both knew that if the Vestiges didn't agree to this, then they would have to make a decision. Izuku knew if he transferred it to Ochako, she would wield it properly. And Ochako knew she'd relentlessly refuse to take it from Izuku, allowing him to have it. Not wanting to continue the fight, Izuku broke first and looked away, conceding for now. Thank you. Even though it felt like the hardest decision of her life, she couldn't help but smile. If anyone could figure out a solution, it would be Izuku. She just had to trust him and be patient. All Might smiled in relief now that the arguments seemed to be resolved, for now. Even now you two continue to impress me. The strength of your resolve is endless. Which comes to the second topic, one that is much easier for you to share. The symbol of peace. Izuku and Ochako's attention turned back towards All Might. Izuku spoke first. Is this about one man being the pillar of society? All Might grinned at his observation. Yes. You see, it has come to my attention that perhaps I was wrong to think a single person, even with the power of one for all, could step into the role and that Japan would just accept it. But what if we had multiple people in the role? Izuku's mind immediately went back to his experience with Sir Night-Eye. Mirio Togata. The young man who helped you fight the Yakuza? All Might asked. Izuku nodded. The same. I didn't mention it, but sir, he didn't take your choice of successor very well. So much so, that he decided to train someone else to be your successor. He had hoped to force me to transfer one for all to him. All Might remained silent at that revelation. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Izuku continued, his heart was in the right place, I think. Mirio is a lot like you, or he will be, I should say. He has a certain presence around him and can smile easily. Even without one for all, he would be someone who could be a symbol of peace. Izuku paused, remembering the way Sir Night-Eye approached the situation. If Mirio wants it, that is. I don't want to force the role onto anyone who doesn't want it. With a heavy sigh, All Might finally spoke again. I am sorry you had to go through with that, young Midoriya. But you raise a good point. The mantle can be shared by more than just the two of you. Perhaps, with Nizu's assistance, we can find even more such individuals at UA. I like that idea, Ochako agreed. I was willing to shoulder the burden alone. It felt like an impossible task, but for the sake of everyone, I was willing to try. She smiled at Izuku. But with more people beside me, maybe it won't feel so impossible. All Might smiled at the two. I must say, while I did not choose you personally, the more time I spend with you, the more I believe that my alternate selves were correct in their judgment. Both turned towards All Might, blushing from the praise. Thank you. All Might laughed. Now then, on to more mundane matters. All Might opened the briefcase he had brought in with him and pulled out 2 folders, handing one to each of them. Recovery Girl was kind enough to help me come up with the training regime for the two of you to prepare both of your bodies to receive one for all. Since we are currently limited by the 3 of us living so far apart, the training will be done in 2 parts. The first phase will be individual training for the next 6 months. After that, once we've all relocated to Mustafu, we will begin the second phase of our training. And in 10 months, Izuku began, looking through the weekly schedule, you will pass one for all along to us. All Might nodded solemnly. Nizu is correct that Japan is not ready for my retirement, and so I plan on reducing my daily activity gradually before accepting a teaching position here. I plan on managing the embers that will remain within me better until the time comes. All for one, Izuku and Ochako spoke at once. Indeed. I do not intend to leave that fight as unfinished business for the two of you. He was my responsibility, and I did a poor job of confirming his death 5 years ago. It will be my responsibility to finish the fight. Please don't die, Ochako pleaded to All Might. All Might reached out, resting a hand on Ochako's shoulder to console her. Don't worry, young Uraraka. He will not catch us unaware this time, and I intend to survive the encounter. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand. We'll make sure of it. Looking at the other two, Ochako bolstered her spirits with tenacity. Yeah. We'll make sure to punch him right in his stupid face if we have to. Everyone broke down in laughter. No. I plan on defeating All for One, properly this time. I then plan on fully retiring, and properly mentoring the next generation of heroes. That sounds wonderful, Ochako asserted. Izuku nodded in agreement. Is there anything we can do to help? Izuku asked. All Might laughed and ballooned into his muscle form. So enthusiastic. He deflated again, looking at the two. No. Your job is simply to train your bodies and your minds. You still need to be ready to receive one for all, and you still need to pass the entrance exam for UA. All Might then pointed to the two folders in the student's hands. And to do that, we must discuss your training. After all, I will only have a few chances to talk to both of you together, at least until March. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other, and then back to All Might before nodding simultaneously. With a grin, All Might explained the first part of their training regime. Returning home that evening, Izuku deposited his school bag in his room before telling his mom the good news. Uraraka Construction signed the contracts today, which means that they'll be moving to Mustafu in March. Izuku happily told his mom. That's wonderful. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Aizu. Izuku beamed at his mom. She had always been supportive of him, but after last week, something was different. It reminded him of the day after he got into UA when his mom broke down in tears and promised to do everything she could to help him fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. Inko continued. What about school? I should call Mio and tell her to transfer her daughter to Aldera. Izuku's face fell. Not Aldera. Miserable, unpleasant memories from his first experience came flooding back. Even though things hadn't been bad so far, he couldn't help but remember his experiences from the first time he went to middle school, where Bakugo was given a free pass to do anything, and Izuku just had to suffer through it. The explosions and bullying. And without the sludge villain to get Bakugo to back off, Izuku didn't know how that would change this time. No, it would be better if Ochako didn't see that. Aizu, is there something you're not telling me? Izuku couldn't look at his mom's face, but he could already imagine the tears beginning to well up. Aldera as Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. They don't care what happens to the quirkless kid. He heard his mom gasp and finally saw her face shock warped into guilt and regret. It stung his heart. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to worry about me. I'm already enough of a burden. He didn't get a chance to finish that sentence as he felt his mom pull him in a hug. Aizu, you've never been a burden. You've always been my little boy, always wanting to save and help others. Izuku couldn't help the tears that poured out of his eyes. Mom! They remained that way for several minutes before Inko pulled away. Izuku saw the newfound resolve in her eyes. If Aldera isn't good enough for the Urarakas, that means it's definitely not good enough for you. We're going to find you a new school. And then I'm going to let them know exactly what I think, letting you get hurt. A wobbly smile crawled onto Izuku's face. He was always afraid of being a burden, but seeing his mom like this, he felt a million times lighter now. Remembering the information that Nizu and Recovery Girl provided him, he decided that now was the best time to tell his mom. If we're going that far, maybe I should start seeing a therapist? I may not need it. But just in case? Izuku sighed, looking away from his mom. It's just if I was so wrong about you, maybe I need to talk to someone? Silence awaited him to his bafflement. Gathering up the nerve to look at his mom, he was speechless at what he saw. He had never seen his mother like this. Rather than the usual worry or distress his mom often showed around him, her face was covered with an unervingly familiar expression. One he had grown used to seeing at Aldera, in his past timeline when he had faced villains, and when he encountered a certain blonde on several occasions. But never in his life did he think he would see his mother, Inko, look like she was out for blood. It was the middle of December, and Izuku was filled with the now familiar feeling of disconnect as he walked into Aldera for the final time. Even though they had already begun making changes, transferring to an entirely different school cemented the fact that things were definitely going to be different this time. After he had told his mom about the teacher's neglect, they began to research other middle schools. With Nizu's help, they settled on Montrose Middle School, a school known for its zero-tolerance policies. Izuku suspected that Nizu had other reasons to suggest the school but had no way to prove it. The only downside was that he would have to finish out his current semester at Eldora, but he assured his mom that it would be fine. Once the school was chosen, they told Ochako and her parents as well, so that she could begin her application process for the next year. Izuku had to admit that while he knew they would be busy, between training and planning, he looked forward to having her as a classmate. As he sat down in his homeroom, he removed his books from his bag, ready to return them after class, when he heard a familiar voice in front of him. "So, you can't handle the pressure after all, can you, Deku?" a smug-looking Katsuki ridiculed, standing next to his desk. Sighing, Izuku looked at his former friend. "I thought you would be happy since I'm not going to get in the way of your origin story now. Listen, nerd, just because you're going to a school where they will pretend you're not useless doesn't change the truth. You are still going to be a quirkless Deku, no matter where you go." Izuku's head shot up. Katsuki took a step back when he saw the vehement glare on his face. "It doesn't matter. Next year I'm going to apply to UA. I'm going to be accepted, and then I'm going to become a great hero. Just watch me." Katsuki slammed his palm down on Izuku's desk, letting off a small explosion. But this time was different. Izuku wasn't intimidated by the explosion, unflinching. "When did he grow a spine?" Katsuki growled, but Izuku refused to back down, returning the glare. "UA will let anyone in, as long as I score high enough on the written and practical exams. It doesn't matter what kind of quirk you have as long as you pass the test." Katsuki viewed that as a challenge and gladly accepted it, giving a smug grin of his own. "Well then, I'm just going to have to crush the test so hard that when they see you, they'll realize it was a mistake even letting you take the exam. You're on." Katsuki was saved when the teacher came in and called for order in the class. He sat down in his seat and began pulling out his books, but he couldn't help but feel like he was missing something. Izuku had changed recently, and he couldn't help but feel like something had happened, and that he was once again falling behind. Chapter 7, Calm. Despite it being early in the morning, Izuku was teeming with unbridled energy. He got ready to catch an early train to visit Naberi for Ochako's birthday with his mom. When he told his mom that he wanted to visit her on the 27th, she agreed immediately. He thought that was the end of it until he found out that she had talked to Ochako's mom, and the two of them decided to make it a surprise for Ochako. "You don't have to worry, Izu, we have plenty of time to catch the train." Inko gently scolded him. "I know. But I can't help it." Izuku protested as he carefully placed Ochako's presents into his backpack. As she watched, Inko couldn't help but beam at her son's enthusiasm. It reminded her of when he was younger without a care in the world. The past few months had been rough for her as she learned just how much she missed, but seeing him now made it all worth it. She internally reaffirmed her vows to be the best mother she could be for him. The two left their apartment and made their way to Tatooine Station, where they boarded a train for Naberi. Once Izuku was settled in and saw their arrival time, he pulled out his phone, calling Ochako. She picked up on the first ring. "Hi, Midoriya. Happy birthday, Uraraka." "Thanks." From her tone of voice, he could tell she was smiling on the other end of the line. "Do you have any plans for today?" Izuku asked, seeing his mom giving him a sly look from her seat. "Enjoying my break day." Ochako laughed on the other end, and Izuku joined her. "My parents have reservations at a sushi restaurant for dinner, and then we are planning on walking around town to enjoy the snow." "That sounds nice," Izuku responded. "Are you going to hang out with anyone today?" "No," Ochako replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. "I wish." Izuku smiled knowingly. Would you feel better if I called you later? Yes. I would love that. You can tell me all about your day then. Izuku responded enthusiastically. Sounds great. Izuku heard a muffled voice on the other end of the line, and Ochako responded before she spoke again. Looks like Mom just made breakfast, so I need to get going. Sounds good. Izuku responded. I guess I'll talk to you later then? Looking forward to it. Inko broke into a smile as he hung up the phone. So she doesn't suspect a thing? Izuku shook his head. Not at all. Well, she'll be in for a nice surprise then. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully as Izuku watched the city disappear, shifting into the snow-covered countryside. While the trip was peaceful, Izuku was ready for the day when he didn't have to travel 4 hours by train to see Ochako. Hopefully, between his training and starting at a new school, the next 3 months would pass as quickly as the last 3. Ochako lay on her bed, reading the new astronomy book that her parents had gifted her for her birthday until she heard the doorbell ring. Chieko, can you get that? She heard her mom call down the hallway. Sure thing. Curious, she pushed herself up and walked to the door, opening it to reveal Izuku and Inko. Surprise? Izuku said, almost shamefully. Rather than speak, Ochako lunged forward, wrapping him in a hug. You came. Izuku wrapped his arms around her in response. Of course. I would have told you sooner, but our moms conspired against you. We're used to quiet birthdays out here, Myo announced as she came up behind Ochako. So when Ms. Midoriya told us that her son wanted to visit, we wanted to keep it secret. Can we at least come inside? Inko asked the 2 children standing in the doorway. Ochako blushed as she pulled away from Izuku. Why yes, sorry. She stepped back, making room for Izuku and Inko. We got a hotel in town, so we won't have to worry about leaving early, Inko explained. Izuku set down a pair of bags on the landing. It will be nice getting out of Mustafu, even if it's only for a day. Well, I'd say you're welcome anytime, Myo responded. But you know the offer's only good for 3 more months. Oh, I'm sure you'll want to escape, once you've settled in, Inko chaffed. It will certainly be different from life out here. From the sounds of it, Yue plans to keep us busy enough that we won't have to worry too much about that. As the 2 ladies talked, Ochako watched her mother guide Inko down the hallway towards the kitchen where she worked on a mochi cake for tonight. Once they were out of earshot, she turned back to Izuku. So this is what you meant by talk to you later? Izuku looked sheepishly at Ochako. Sorry I didn't tell you, but your mom was insistent. Ochako shook her head and smiled. It's okay. I love my parents. Just after my last birthday in the dorms, it felt lonely going back to our usual tradition. Oh, yeah. I can understand that. Izuku thought back to the informal party they held for Uravati, who was moved to tears when she saw the modest pile of gifts from her classmates, the repurposed Christmas decorations, and the large cake Sato had made for the entire class. His birthday happened before they left for the forest training camp, so he didn't quite understand what she felt, but he was sure that would change next year. Come on, we can talk in my room. Ochako grabbed Izuku's hand with both of hers, and that was when he noticed something different. Looking down, he saw that she wore a pair of black artist's gloves with pink accents on her hands. He gave her a questioning glance. It was one of my parents' presents. I'll explain in private. With a nod, Izuku let her guide him back to her room, where she closed the door. Izuku, meanwhile, set his bag on her desk and carefully removed a notebook from it, careful to not disturb the presents. Artist's gloves? Ochako's cheeks reddened. So, remember how I said my quirk changed after I received one for all? What I didn't tell you is that I had some trouble controlling whether I was going to use zero gravity or heavy gravity. After a week and several crushed desks and chairs at school, we decided it would be safer if I wore gloves when I wasn't planning on using my quirk. She looked away from Izuku. It would have been really bad if I used heavy gravity on a person by accident. That explains some things, Izuku mused to himself. You always seem to have more control over your fingers than your gravity did and were less accident-prone. Ochako felt her face heat up. Why yeah. Suddenly she felt Izuku's hand on her own. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's just different. For me, that is. Ochako turned back towards him and smiled. Just like I still can't get over your short hair. Izuku gave her a pout. I don't know how Analyst kept his hair longer. It is already hard enough to control. But it's so fluffy. Ochako exclaimed. And if you grew it out it would be even fluffier. Izuku laughed awkwardly. I think I'm going to just keep it short. Feeling better, Ochako smiled at Izuku as she grabbed the astronomy book off her bed. Let me show you what else my parents got me. Ochako sat down on the floor and waited until Izuku sat down beside her before she popped the book open. As they walked through Naberi, Izuku couldn't help but watch Ochako's face. She kept looking around, eyes filled with a sense of wonder at the sights. You're acting like you've never been here before, he said quietly. Ochako looked at him and blushed. Shut up. It's been a while. I forgot how pretty Naberi can be in the winter. Izuku took a look around, and he found himself agreeing with her. The area of town they were walking through was less developed than Mustafu, and everything just felt slower somehow. It's so quiet and peaceful here. I forgot what that was like. Ochako nodded. Same. With everything that happened, it's kind of nice to remember. Izuku smiled at her. I know what you mean. What we went through. I would do it again if it means people can have this. Ochako glared at him, her finger poking his chest. You deserve this too. Izuku raised his hands defensively. What about you? Ochako's face soured before she finally relented. I guess we both deserve this? Izuku nodded. The therapist told me I need to think more about myself. And I need to make more happy memories. To help offset the bad ones. Like this? Ochako asked hopefully. Yeah. He told me the same thing, Ochako remarked. That we need to remember this feeling, and that we deserve it too. We can't just live in the past. It's not fair to either of us. They continued in silence for a bit before Ochako spoke up again. I don't want to forget this feeling again. No matter how hard it gets, I want to remember this feeling of peacefulness. Izuku smiled at her and nodded. How about we help each other remember? Ochako gave him a bright smile. I'd like that. Finally, they arrived at the sushi restaurant. By all accounts, it was a modest affair, but Ochako didn't care. Even after All Might gave her family financial stability, they remained disciplined about money and viewed dining out as a rare treat, reserved for special occasions. After dinner, it was time for cake and presents. Once they returned to Ochako's home, the five of them arranged themselves in the living room. Izuku handed Ochako a pair of wrapped boxes. The first one contained a limited edition 13 statue that was nearly impossible to track down. Ochako's smile extended tenfold immediately when she saw it. Of course, if anyone would be able to find it, he would. Izuku blushed. Since I'm a regular at all of the hero-focused stores in Mustafu, they were willing to help me find rare items from time to time. Ochako felt her face turn red. I said that out loud, didn't I? Yes, dear. You did, her mother told her. Ochako squeaked in embarrassment. Thank you, I love it. Ochako then turned her attention to the second, much smaller box. She carefully unwrapped the package, opening the box to reveal an envelope inside. Open it. Izuku encouraged her, waiting for her reaction. Ochako opened the envelope and removed its contents. Her face immediately lit up in recognition, and she jerked her head to look at Izuku. These are dash. Yep. Izuku nodded. 3 tickets to the planetarium in Mustafu. I am sorry you won't be able to use them for a while, but we chose a date after you're moved in and all settled. But there are only 3 tickets, Ochako said, disappointed. For you and your parents? Izuku added helpfully. What about you two? Ochako looked between Izuku and Inko. We didn't think it was right to include our tickets in your present. Of course, when I ordered the tickets I ordered 5. Inko smiled. Wait, you did? Izuku asked. Oh, Inko chuckled, I guess I must have forgotten to mention that to you. Yay! Thank you. Ochako jumped at Izuku and hugged him. She knew it was selfish of her, but she had always imagined going there with Analyst. Izuku returned her hug. Happy birthday, Uraraka. After that, Ochako's mom brought out the cake and everyone dug in. As the evening wound down, it neared time for Izuku and Inko to leave. Izuku and Ochako returned to her room to retrieve his bag. As he grabbed it, he pulled something out. Actually, I have one more gift for you. You already got me so much. Ochako protested. Between the tickets and the statue, not to mention the cost of your trip. Izuku smiled. Well, this one was pretty cheap, and it's practical. As Ochako watched, he pulled a notebook out of his bag and handed it to her. Looking at it, she couldn't help but stare at the cover. Scribbled across the front of the pink notebook were the words Hero Analysis Ochako Uraraka No. 1. Open it, Izuku encouraged. Ochako opened the notebook and flipped through it. Inside, she saw pages upon pages of notes about her quirk, applications, exercises, and theoretical uses. Izuku, what is this? Izuku couldn't help but blush as he rubbed the back of his neck. So I had an analysis notebook for our classmates, but I may have made a separate one just for Uravity? And since we still don't know if we can get one for all to work for both of us, I wanted to help you train your quirk in the meantime. Since because for all of my time at UA, my quirk was under the effects of one for all, so I never learned my limits without it. Yeah. But Ochako flipped to a random page and waved her hand over it. How? These are so detailed. I spent a lot of time working on that notebook, Izuku admitted, blushing. So I was able to recreate most of it from memory. I left in the suggested support items but didn't put in any suggestions for costume dash. Izuku was cut off as Ochako grabbed him and pulled him into a hug. Izuku, this is so thoughtful of you. Izuku smiled as he wrapped his arms around Ochako. You're already taking a risk by letting me have OFA first. I want to return the favor and help you as much as I can. Ochako giggled into his shoulder. Says you. It's all part of my master plan to claim OFA for myself. Izuku laughed. Well, even if you do get it, hopefully, you can find something useful there? Ochako smiled as she pulled away, nodding vigorously. I'm sure I will. As the day wound down, Nizu retired to his office. Locking the door, he walked over to his desk, pushing a hidden button to activate the anti-quirk countermeasures. He waited for a count of 10 to give the machinery time to activate before pushing a second hidden button. Nizu watched as part of the wall slid away, revealing a safe. Walking over to the safe, Nizu went through the steps to unlock it. It was a complicated process, but he could never be too careful. His most important documents were contained within the safe, after all. Both personal plans and contingencies for the school itself in case of any number of disasters. But most recently, his attention had been focused on 2 notebooks. The knowledge contained within was priceless, and the key to averting future disaster. He removed those notebooks from the safe, as well as a roll of paper. While Mr. Midoriya had a wonderful idea of comparing the timelines that he and Miss Uraraka were a part of, the task was ideally suited to someone with an intelligence quirk, such as himself. He was able to go through the data, analyzing every detail the 2 future students provided him, looking for patterns. While many things remained the same for the 2, many things were different, and those differences were key in understanding how to change events. While the 2 had only provided faint details for the past 3 months, the upcoming year was where things became interesting. Not only were they able to provide details of several major villain attacks that were going to happen, but they also provided enough leads to launch several investigations, hoping to root out problems before they grew into actual threats. Setting the roll of paper down, he gave it a push, watching it unfurl across the floor of his office. On the paper was a calendar for the entire year, with many dates circled, arrows drawn, and notes labeled important events. To the average person, it seemed redundant to go over the information multiple times, but as time passed and events played out, it paid to revisit the timeline and see what new patterns emerged with the additional information he gathered. Picking up the green notebook, Nizu skipped past the several pages, their dates in the past already, and found the page detailing upcoming events. Picking up a cup of tea, he began reading. Izuku pulled out the clothing that would make up his new uniform and looked it over. The Montrose uniform consisted of a pair of light gray pants, a white shirt, and a crimson tie. A black coat with crimson accents completed the look. He put the uniform on and then smiled at his reflection in the mirror. It felt good, knowing that he was free from Katsuki, for a while at least. He still wasn't sure what would happen at UA, but that was over a year away. He emerged from the bathroom and saw his mom waiting for him. "How do I look?" "Oh Aizu, that looks wonderful!" Inko exclaimed, wrapping him in a hug. "And you won't have to worry about me." Izuku smiled. "Yes." The look of relief on Inko's face was obvious. "I spoke to the principal last week, and she seems very understanding." While Izuku felt uncomfortable having attention drawn to his quirkless status, especially given what would happen in 6 months, he reminded himself that things were different here. This school had policies against discrimination and took complaints seriously. After saying goodbye to his mom, Izuku left for school, using his phone to guide him to the entrance of his new school. Once there, he found the faculty office where his new teacher awaited. After going over the basics, his new teacher led him to his new classroom, 2C. As his teacher gave the formal introduction, Izuku stood there and looked at his new classmates. Much to his surprise, in the back corner of the room, he saw a familiar girl leaning against her desk, her purple hair and pair of headphone jacks dangling from her ears, making her easy to identify. "I didn't realize Jiro went to this school." While he didn't spend as much time with the hearing hero as he spent with others, he would like to think they were friends. Maybe he could try talking to her later. His thoughts were interrupted by the teacher calling on him, asking him to introduce himself. Smiling, Izuku confidently stepped forward and bowed. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you." During lunch, Izuku sat at his desk, furiously writing his observations from this morning when he heard 3 people walking toward his desk. "So, what's so interesting that the new kid is talking about all of us already?" Izuku involuntarily flinched. Right, Jiro has enhanced hearing. She probably heard me mumbling. Sheepishly, Izuku looked up and saw Kyoka standing there, arms crossed. Standing next to her were 2 other students. One was a tall pale boy whose white hair was tied up in a short ponytail, staring at him with piercing red eyes. The other was a short girl with orange eyes and light brown hair tied up in a messy bob. Looking at the 3, Izuku expected hostility but noticed Kyoka appeared more curious than anything. He was silently thankful for spending a year with her, giving him the experience he needed to read her expressions, her lazy eyes often masking her emotions. His face heated up as he shyly rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, you see, quirks are a hobby of mine." "Oh," the tall boy interjected. "And what does that have to do with us?" Izuku nervously flipped his notebook to Kyoka's entry. Since he analyzed her quirk before, her page was the easiest to start. He turned the notebook around and held it up. "A new class means new quirks for me to analyze," he responded nervously. He sat there, wondering if he had already ruined things before he got started at the new school. He remembered all of the times Katsuki made fun of his quirk analysis, and how he roped the entire class into it. While almost everyone in 1A was accepting of his analysis, he worried that they were the exception and that he had grown too comfortable around them. He silently prayed that he wasn't about to have a repeat of Aldera. Whoa! He let go of his notebook when he felt Kyoka grab it, allowing her a closer look. As Izuku watched, she started reading the page with the other 2 students looking over her shoulders. As she read, her eyes grew wide before she finally looked at Izuku again. "You got all of that just from seeing my earphone jacks?" Izuku let out an uneasy laugh, rubbing the back of his head. "A lot of it is pure speculation and guesswork. Of course, I would have to sit down and ask you a lot of questions to see what I got right in dash." He was caught off by the short girl laughing. "Wow, you are almost as talkative as I am." "Nobody is as talkative as you are," the tall boy retorted. Kyoka looked at Izuku and smiled. "This is actually really cool. Although you might want to get your mumbling under control. It's distracting." Izuku blushed. Sorry. I've been trying, but it's a work in progress." "What does he have about me?" the short girl interrupted again. "No, nothing yet." Izuku responded, looking at her. "I didn't see any visible mutation, so didn't have anything to go on." "Ah. I guess you'll just have to sit with us so I can tell you about it then." Izuku looked at the other 2. "Is that okay?" Kyoka looked at the tall boy and then back at Izuku and smiled. "Sure, new kid. I'm Kyoka Jiro." "I'm Hikari Sunako," the tall boy introduced himself. "And I'm Aika Shizu," added the short girl. Izuku smiled back. "If it's okay, I think I'd like that." Kyoka held his notebook while Izuku gathered up his lunch, standing up to follow the group. Once he sat down next to them and organized himself, he opened his notebook to a new page and wrote Aika's name across the top of the page. "So what is your quirk?" Izuku asked enthusiastically, his previous apprehension gone. "I can make myself stronger and tougher when I sing," Aika proudly announced. "And I'm going to become a great hero." Izuku looked at her in surprise. "You want to be a hero too?" "Yep. Me and Kyoka here are gonna be great heroes." Aika wrapped her arm around Kyoka's shoulder and flashed a peace sign, while Kyoka gave her friend an amused sideways glance. Meanwhile, Hikari just smiled at his friend's antics. Izuku felt excited. "And what about you?" he asked Hikari. Hikari just shook his head. My quirk just lets me make my hair glow different colors. Fun for concerts and parties, bad for heroics. Izuku wanted to argue but simply nodded. Looking down at his notebook, he flipped to another blank page and started an entry on Hikari, noting down his quirk before flipping back to Aika's page. So how does it work? Does it last after you stop singing? Does the type of song affect what happens to you? Does the volume of your voice matter, or could you whisper for the same effect? What about when dash? Hey, slow down. One question at a time. Aika protested. Kyoka and Hikari laughed. Congratulations, new kid. It's your first day and you have somehow managed to outpace Aika. As he looked up from his notebook at the three classmates sitting with him, Izuku couldn't help but grin. Maybe he didn't screw this up after all. Chapter 8, Toga. Thankfully, the next few months passed swiftly for Izuku and Ochako. They went to school. They trained in their free time and continued to talk to each other every night. And on Sundays, they tried to visit each other as much as they could to the amusement of both of their parents. While normally they tried to avoid talking about school when they visited each other, with finals coming up next week, it was unavoidable. This led to their current situation, where they sat in the same coffee shop that Ochako had first brought Izuku to, studying together. Ugh, Ochako groaned, I can't wait until finals are over. Izuku smiled sympathetically, using his free hand to rub her back to try to reassure her. Don't your grades put you in the top 10 of your year? Plus this is mostly a review for us. I'm not worried. That doesn't mean I want to be here studying. She glared at Izuku. I'd much rather be enjoying my Sunday off. Well, at least it's almost over. And then in a few more weeks, you'll be in Mustafu? That brought a smile to Ochako's face. I can't wait. You just have to get through this week. Yeah, I get it. Ochako pouted, going back to her notes. Izuku slid his hand across the table to hold Ochako's before he resumed reviewing his notes. The material at Montrose was slightly different from what he learned at Aldera, forcing him to study harder than she had to. Even though they had both passed the entrance exam to UA already, Mizu insisted that they needed to continue meeting the application requirements for UA and that they would have to retake the exam. As she read, Ochako spoke up. Can we at least cut the study session short before you leave? I don't want to waste my entire day with you just studying. Yeah, we can do that. Izuku gave her a brilliant smile. Ochako gave him a warm smile in return, looking back down at her notes. At least she had something to look forward to. I am sorry, Mrs. Toga, but it appears we will have to hold your daughter back, the guidance counselor apologized. Why? Himiko heard her mom demand in that too loud tone that made her headache worse. She's failed too many classes. The counselor held out a document showing her the current state of Himiko's grades. That, combined with the number of credits she has, means that she will not have enough to graduate. Mrs. Toga let out a loud sigh. I am sorry my daughter is giving you so much trouble. It is no trouble, it is our job to ensure our students get a proper education. However, in discussion with our teachers, we have seen behavior patterns in your daughter that are common among students who have special needs in Dash. Mrs. Toga cut the counselor off. Now, we have had this discussion before. There is nothing wrong with my daughter. She's perfectly fine. She is just lazy and inattentive and has brought this upon herself. Right, Himiko? Himiko looked at her mother. If she wasn't trained better, she would have winced. But she knew better, if she winced, she would be punished. She didn't want to be punished. That's right. I am just spending too much time watching television instead of studying. See? She even admits it. The counselor looked like she didn't believe it. And for a brief moment, Himiko hoped that she would pry further, only to be filled with disappointment. Of course, none of the adults wanted to help her. Her counselor gave her a pitying look and continued, "Well, if that's what you say. Hopefully, young Himiko will take the failure to heart and improve herself next year, so that she can find a good high school." As we like to remind parents, failing a grade doesn't automatically disqualify her from finding a good quality education. Yes, I'm sure she will. Himiko looked at her mom and acted thoroughly chastised. She hated this feeling of powerlessness, of having to put on this act. It wasn't her. But she was a freak, born with a cursed quirk, and her parents were doing their best to help her be normal. It wasn't their fault she wasn't good enough. As they left, Himiko smelled blood in the air. It sent the most beautiful thing in the world. She couldn't help but follow the scent and saw that in the park next to the school, Saito was fighting with another kid. Stopping, she took in the scene. Saito's lip had split with blood running down from it. His hands were bloody and scratched up as he prepared to swing again. Mouth-watering crimson stained his uniform with drops of it falling to the ground. Her eyes traveled up to his face. Blue and black stained under his eyes with several bruises marking his face. He must have taken several blows to the face, she reasoned. Even with his injuries, he showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, he looked more spirited, ferocious even, determined to win as usual. Her heart raced. To Himiko, it only enhanced his natural features, making him look even more handsome. I wish I could be Saito. Strong. Powerful. Able to fight back. Her mom finally noticed that she had stopped walking and yanked her arm, dragging her along. Himiko, you've caused me enough trouble today. Don't cause any more, she hissed to her daughter. Himiko couldn't face her mother, simply looking down as she let herself get dragged along. Sorry. Well, you know what the punishment will be. When they got home, Hifumi Toga was in the living room watching TV. She turned and saw her mother and older sister come in. One look was all she needed to know that her parents were about to punish her sister again. Did something happen? Your troublesome sister is being held back, Mrs. Toga announced with barely restrained venom. Himi. Hifumi looked at her sister helplessly. Himiko put on a fake smile. She was good at those. It's okay, Fumi. I need to learn my lesson. She knew her little sister wanted to help, but she didn't want her to get in trouble. Thankfully, Hifumi had a nice, normal quirk. One that her parents didn't find offensive. One that let them love her. Yes, she does, now come along. Himiko's father snatched her school bag from her hand, removing her phone and laptop before tossing her bag onto the floor. He roughly hauled Himiko to her room where she was thrown inside. She didn't bother to fight back. She stared down at the floor at her supposed parents' shadows, enveloping her in darkness. Their tall figures blocked the door and her only escape. You're a demon, her mother told her, malice laced in each word. A monster. And she knew those were the last words she would hear for the evening as she heard the door lock behind her. Timidly, she stood up, instantly regretting it when her forehead throbbed. She clutched it, falling back down. Her legs felt weak as a wave of hunger washed over her. Again, she tried to stand up. Successful this time, she trotted over to her bed. Without anything better to do, she collapsed onto it and buried herself within the covers. Tears pricked her eyes as she scrubbed them away. She glumly stared at the blank ceiling, dismally drawing figures on the empty canvas with her mind to pass time. Turning onto her side, she nibbled on her wrist till her skin broke and blood dripped down her arm. She consumed the precious liquid, hoping, as always, for a temporary reprieve. As satisfied as she could be, she let the drowsiness overcome her, quickly falling asleep. Free of the harsh realities of her world, she, at last, could relax in the realm of make-believe. In her dreams, at least, she was free of her cursed quirk. This time, she dreamt about school. Except, she wasn't herself. Instead, she imagined that she was Saito. Strong. Powerful. Able to fight back. She strode around the school, smiling and waving to people. And with genuine grins, they waved back at her, carefree and happy. Here, she was welcomed and free. Himiko bittersweetly smiled, a tear slipping out of her eye and falling onto her blood-stained pillow. The first day of exams went surprisingly smoothly. Izuku felt confident in his answers. As the clock ticked down to signal the end of the day, he looked out the window, his mind on a much different problem. Maybe it was time to pay Nizu another visit. When class was dismissed for the day, Izuku gathered up his things and met with his new friends. After the first day of school, they invited him to walk to the train station with them, and he gladly accepted their offer. Man, that exam was brutal. Aika complained as they were leaving the school. I didn't think it was that bad, Kyoka said, giving her friend an amused look. Me neither, Izuku admitted. Well, of course you two are fine. You're two of the smartest kids in our class. If you want to get into a good hero school, you need to keep your grades up, Hikari pointed out. This caused Aika to groan loudly. Don't remind me. I know I don't stand a chance at getting into UA like those two. Izuku smiled placidly as he listened to their conversation. When he had initially told them he wanted to be a hero, they all thought that he was crazy trying to get into UA, since he was quirkless. Once they found out about his workout routine and saw his grades, they quickly changed their minds. It felt nice to have people who believed in him, compared to his experiences at Aldera. I'm sure if you tried you could pull it off, Jiro told her friend. I don't even know how I'm going to survive the week. How do you expect me to prepare for their entrance exam on top of that? They have a 0.5% acceptance rate. Izuku looked at Aika. Well, their practice test is supposed to be pretty good at helping out, if you are serious about improving yourself. You could take it and see where you need to focus next year. Aika shot Izuku a glare. That means more tests though. Why would I willingly subject myself to something like that? Hikari laughed. And this is why you're behind those two. Arg, fine. I'll think about it. As his friends continued their conversation, Izuku found his thoughts drifting back to the more pressing issue. He knew that something was going to happen with Toga soon, and they still hadn't found any leads. That meant that they wouldn't be able to get ahead of the situation and would have to try to catch her afterward. He hoped they could catch her in time. He didn't know if they would be able to help her, but if they captured her now, that meant that she wouldn't be able to threaten Ochako. When they arrived at the train station, Izuku said his goodbyes before walking to a different platform than his usual one. Boarding the train, he began his trip to UA. The train ride was monotonous, and thanks to him and Ochako having received student IDs, he was now able to enter the campus again without triggering the security system. Once inside the school building, he kept his head down as he made his way to Nizu's office. As he approached, the door swung open, revealing Nizu. Ah, Mr. Midoriya. I'm surprised to see you here. Aren't you in the middle of final exams right now? Why yeah. After I talk to you I promise I'm going home to study. Excellent, I don't want to see you slacking, after all. But I am certain you aren't here to discuss your study habits, are you? Izuku shook his head. No. I was wondering if you ever found any more leads for that case? You mean about Miss Toga? Yes. I know that is going to happen sometime soon. Izuku looked down. I was hoping we could help her before then. I understand. Convincing Miss Toga to switch sides, or at least be removed from the playing field, would weaken future league operations. Izuku winced. That wasn't how he would describe it, but he knew Nizu's brain operated differently than a human would. Nizu was more concerned about manipulating events to lead to a better outcome, and her well-being was secondary to that. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts as Nizu continued. I'm sorry, but we have not been able to find anything. None of the school's rosters that we were able to obtain show Miss Toga graduating this year. Izuku frowned. Something doesn't add up. In the week leading up to the Battle of Jaku, Izuku and Uravati spent several long evenings scouring the internet, trying to learn everything they could about the members of the league. Uravati in particular was interested in Himiko, hoping to find some clue explaining why she was obsessed with the two of them. It was during one of those nights that they found the article. As the two read it, they discovered the event where Himiko finally snapped. She was a year older than them. During what was supposed to be her last day of middle school, she stabbed a student, drank his blood, and ran away when the teachers tried to stop her. So, why couldn't they find anything about her graduating? What about quirk registries? Nizu blinked. According to a search across all quirk registries in Japan, there is nobody named Himiko Toga with either a blood-based or a transformation quirk registered. Izuku studied the floor. Something's wrong. Indeed. If Miss Toga is out there, this lends weight to your theory that her home life is troubled. If she has an unregistered blood-based quirk, that practically guarantees she is not receiving the regular blood her body requires. And that means we can't do anything until she finally breaks down and attacks someone, Izuku replied glumly. Unfortunately, yes. I have put monitors out across both the Hero Network and police networks across Japan. When she finally decides to act, we will know where to begin our search. Izuku looked up. Are you planning on having your teachers catch her? Yes, Nizu responded. We know that she had successfully evaded authorities for over a year before joining the league, twice. It would be foolish to assume they would succeed this time where they had failed previously. Izuku knew what he wanted to do. Guilt crept into Izuku's heart, knowing that Ochako would be absolutely against him helping track down Toga, but he'd rather be in potential danger than see her confront one of her worst nightmares all over again. Mind made up, he spoke. I want to help. Nizu gave him a hard stare. How do you plan on helping? Izuku refused to back down from the principal's stare. I know how she operates. But we already have the information you provided us as well as the information Miss Uraraka provided. What more could you have to add? Wouldn't it be better to have me actively looking? It would be easier for me to help if I was actually out there instead of talking on the phone. Are you asking to put yourself in danger? Izuku looked down at his hands, flexing them. I know right now I'm still a quirkless 14-year-old, but I also had a provisional license and was already doing hero work. I know it's dangerous, but I don't want to run away from it. Not if I can save someone. Nizu continued to stare at Izuku for a long time, before making his decision. I will allow you to go, but you are to not intentionally put yourself in harm's way. You are to listen to both Kan and Kayama, and if they give you any order you are to listen to them. Am I clear? Izuku smiled at Nizu, nodding his head vigorously. Absolutely. If Ochako was safe, then he was all right. He just hoped that she wouldn't be too mad when he'd tell her. With class dismissed for the semester, Izuku heard Kyoka and her friends coming over to his desk as he packed up. Hey Midoriya, a bunch of us are heading to the arcade to celebrate another successful year. You wanna join us? Izuku frowned and shook his head. Sorry, I've got something going on tonight. More training? Aika asked. Actually, I'm going out of town for the evening, Izuku told them. While not technically a lie, it was just omitting a lot of important details. Assuming today was the day, that is. Sucks for you, Kyoka said, patting him on the shoulder with her headphone jacks. We'll be getting together a couple of times over break. I'll text you the details once we figure things out. Maybe we can finally meet that Uraraka girl you keep talking about. Izuku smiled and nodded. Yeah. Since she's moving here, I'm sure she'd like to meet her future classmates. You seem confident that she's gonna be in our class. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Well, even if she's not, I feel like she's going to be spending a lot of time with us. Mischief was scrawled all over Aika's face as she was about to say something, but Hikari smacked her on the back of the head, causing the two to bicker as the three walked away, allowing Izuku to finish packing in silence. Himiko looked down at the box cutter in her hand. She had stolen it from her parents this morning and managed to keep it hidden all day. She hoped she didn't have to use it. She didn't know how well Saito would respond to her confession. She giggled to herself. It was always good to have a backup plan. For most of her class, the day was spent in practice for their graduation ceremony, while Himiko was forced to study. Not that she would remember anything. Her headaches made sure of that. But she didn't care. Right now, she just wanted to know what it was like to be strong, brave, and in control of her future. Just like Saito was. She finally was able to catch him alone after most of the students had left for the day. Plastering on her best smile, she skipped down the hallway towards Saito. Saito-kun, she called out. Izuku felt his phone ring in his pocket as he walked home from the train station. Taking out his phone, he noticed it was midnight. Feeling a twisting in his gut, he answered the call. Hello? It looks like you were right. After all, midnight sounded resigned on the other end of the line. We just got reports of a Himiko Toga attacking another student with a box cutter and drinking his blood through a straw. That's her. Izuku practically yelled. Where? Lucky for us, a suburb outside of Tokyo. We can be there in less than an hour. Can you pick me up at my apartment? You're really going to go through with this, aren't you? Midnight asked. Yes, Izuku resolutely responded. He swore he heard a sigh on the other end of the line. All right. We'll be at your apartment soon. Izuku heard her hang up. He had one more phone call to make, although he wasn't looking forward to it. Deciding it was probably better to make that call in private, Izuku ran the rest of the way home, pausing to take off his shoes before locking himself in his room. When he was finally alone, he opened his phone, scrolled to Ochako's number, and began dialing. Izuku, what's up? Ochako answered, slightly on edge. It wouldn't be hard for her to guess what he was calling about. We found Toga. Really? They have her? Ochako tried to sound optimistic. Izuku laughed nervously. And no. She escaped the authorities at school. But we know where she is. We're going to go looking for her now. The silence on the line was deafening, before Ochako finally spoke, her tone shifting. What do you mean by we? I am going with Midnight and Vlad King to find her. Izuku. No. Izuku was glad he had a 4-hour distance between himself and Ochako right now. It's too late, I've made up my mind. Izuku. She stabbed me. Exactly, she stabbed you. How is that helping your argument? Ochako incredulously asked. Because if we can stop her now, we can stop her from joining the league entirely. You don't have to worry about her stabbing you again. I'm so glad that you're so concerned about my well-being, Ochako said sardonically. Even though it had been 6 months, Ochako still had nightmares about those final moments. The image of what Toga had done to Analyst was seared into her brain, and she would never be able to forget it. An Analyst had both his hero training and custom support gear. Izuku had the experience, but his training was still heavily based around using one for all. Fear gripped her heart. Why can't you just let the heroes do their job? Because we are the only 2 people who know what she's like. And the sooner we capture her, the better. We may be able to save her if we can catch her in time. You don't need to be there though. We've already told them a lot about her. Can't they use that? Ochako pleaded with Izuku. She refused to lose him, not like this. Because in both timelines she had that strange attraction to us. Maybe I can use that to our advantage. Another long pause. Izuku was pretty sure he heard muffled screaming from the other end of the line. So you're using yourself as bait? When you put it like that, it sounds bad, Izuku confessed. I thought we were in this together. We are. Then why are you doing this without me? Because I don't want her to get away. If she escapes, if she somehow joins the league, knowing I could have stopped it. Izuku found it hard to put together the words to describe how he felt. He wanted to deal with the Toga issue once and for all, to keep Ochako safe. Why couldn't she understand that? And how do you think I'm going to feel if something happens to you? Izuku felt a pit grow in his stomach. He forced himself to smile, even if she couldn't see it. I promise I won't leave you alone. Then don't do this. Ochako. I'm going to find Toga, and I'm going to make sure Vlad and Midnight capture her. That way you will be safe. And what about you? A tense silence filled the gap between them. Izuku knew this feeling. His therapist had referred to it as a martyr complex, and once he was forced to learn about it, it made so much sense. He put everyone else's self-worth above his own. Izuku took a deep breath. I'll be safe as well. Even knowing about it, the truth was he would do anything to keep Ochako safe. Why are you lying to me? Izuku couldn't bring himself to answer. I'll call you when it's done, Ochako, Izuku soberly said, hanging up the phone. When Ochako heard the line cut out, frustrated tears fell from her eyes. Grabbing her pillow again, she buried her head in it and screamed. Izuku, why do you have to be like this? She knew deep down what her problem was. Her therapist told her that ever since the incident at Kamino Ward she had trust issues. Whenever there was danger, she felt compelled to insert herself into the situation because she didn't trust others to survive without her. Despite that, she knew what lengths Izuku had gone to in the past. He was perfectly willing to put himself in danger to protect others. Because of that, she didn't particularly feel like trusting him right now. It frustrated her, knowing that he was going into a dangerous situation without her. She sat there for several minutes, letting her emotions out before she calmed down. Her stomach still rolled around, but she felt better. Discarding her abused pillow, she walked to the bathroom, washed her face, and pulled out her phone. After a few quick taps, she ordered a ticket for the first train available to Mustafu. By noon tomorrow, she'd be able to give him a piece of her mind. When Izuku heard the doorbell ring, he grabbed his backpack and made his way to the door. Mom, I'm heading out now. He saw Inko poke her head out. Be careful, Izu. Remember to listen to them and don't get in any villain attacks. I'll try. Izuku felt sick to his stomach as he uttered the words. He went to the door and opened it, revealing Midnight, dressed in her hero costume. "You okay, kid?" Midnight asked. "You don't look so good." Izuku forced a smile onto his face. It's just nerves. It's been a while since I've done something like this, and you know how that ended." Midnight gave him a hard stare as if she was looking for something. But Izuku wasn't going to back down. He knew the risks he was putting himself in and decided that it was worth it. And, if his analysis was correct, he was confident in both Midnight and Vlad King's ability to incapacitate Himiko with their quirks. Finally, Midnight seemed to find what she was looking for and gave him a satisfied smile. "Come on, Ken is waiting for us." "All right." Chapter 9, Storm. Izuku sat in the backseat looking out the window as clouds clumped together in the sky. Of course, Izuku thought glumly that today of all days, it would storm. Currently, he sat in silence as they drove to the school where Himiko attacked her classmate, hoping to gather information before they began their search. In the front passenger seat sat Namuri Kayama, and in the driver's seat, Sekijiro Kan. At first, Izuku and Ochako were both hesitant about letting Nizu inform the rest of the teaching staff about their situation, but eventually, they relented. Nizu explained to the teachers that they were time travelers, but he explained it as a quirk-related accident. That way, the details about One for All were left out of the explanation, and the only teachers who knew the whole story were Aizawa and Kayama. Instinctively, Izuku concernedly watched his phone only to see no messages. Ochako refused to respond to the texts he sent earlier. His friends from Montrose were off celebrating the end of the school year, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. Watching the scenery was by, he couldn't help but sigh. "Having second thoughts about this?" Kayama spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Izuku jumped, looking at Kayama in embarrassment. He could see a smile playing on her lips, apparently satisfied that she had caught him off guard. Izuku also noticed Kan's eyes looking at him curiously in the rearview mirror. What do you mean?" "I've seen that look before, on plenty of people. It's uncertainty. If you want to be a hero, that's not a good trait to have." Izuku looked at his phone again. After a few moments of awkward silence, Izuku finally asked the question that had been bothering him. "Do you ever want to do the right thing, but for the wrong reasons?" "Oh?" Kan was intrigued. "What is this about?" "I want to protect someone." He saw a knowing smirk across Kayama's lips. "I think I know where this is going. This is about Uraraka, isn't it?" Izuku looked up, guilt flashing on his face. "Why, yeah. Is that why you joined us?" Kayama decided to take mercy on him and get right to the point. "Yes," Izuku admitted. "I want to make sure we catch Toga." Kan sighed. "Kid, wanting to protect someone is admirable, but you need to remember, our job is dangerous. At the end of the day, how do you think people are going to feel if they see you hurt because of them or worse?" He didn't know why, but the first thing that came to mind was Izuku's fight with Katsuki after their provisional license exam, where Katsuki finally admitted to All Might about how guilty he felt, that he felt like he was personally responsible for All Might losing his quirk. Or the survivor's guilt that Ochako had been wrestling with and slowly coming to terms with. He thought about the pain he felt when he saw Uravity caught by Shigaraki's decay wave. A knot formed in his stomach as he thought about Ochako, knowing that she felt a similar pain when she saw Annalise lying broken in that stairwell. "You're right," Izuku said. "Kid, if you're not sure about this, you can always stay in the car and let us do our job," Ken offered helpfully. Izuku stared at his right hand. It had been almost 6 months, but he still remembered the constant pain that he used to carry. His mangled hand and scars constantly reminded him of the lengths he was willing to go for other people. But staring at his perfectly healthy hand, he was reminded that this was a genuine second chance. A chance to do better. Was he going to throw it away so carelessly? Firm on his decision, he closed his hand into a fist. I'm going to stop Toga, and I'm going to come back to Ochako. Izuku offered the two heroes a reassuring smile. No, I'm going to see this through. I volunteered. But I want to do it for the right reasons. In the front seat, Koyama turned her head away from Izuku to hide the smile on her face. She had seen his file and knew about his therapy. It sounded like it was finally working. While Koyama and Ken conversed with the police about Himiko, Izuku sat in the car, trying to avoid drawing any attention to himself. He busied himself by looking at the initial news about the attack. Unfortunately, most of the articles were vague, not using the names of either student and only a few generic shots of the school building. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long before the teachers returned to the car. Our little girl may have gotten lucky, Koyama announced, once they were both seated. Since she didn't use her quirk, she hasn't been classified as a villain. The police are currently treating this as a normal case of assault. Izuku perked up. What's that mean? Well, for starters, that means we're the only heroes looking for her, Ken explained. Izuku quickly connected the dots, realizing that this was why she evaded capture for almost 18 months. Thanks to her quirk, she was able to easily disappear, evading the police until she found a new place to stay or their attention was elsewhere. Then she was able to repeat the process. So, what is the plan? Ken asked out loud. Koyama looked back to Izuku. She usually stuck to crowded areas, blending in while trying to find people who were alone, or occasionally a pair of people. Always high schoolers. We should head into town. Koyama turned to Ken with a satisfied look on her face. You heard him, let's go to the shopping district. Ken nodded and began driving. While he felt uneasy bringing a 14-year-old boy along with them, Mizu had assured him that before the incident that brought him back, he was a hero student at UA, with a provisional license as well. If that was true, then he at least was mentally capable, even if his body was that of a middle schooler. As they drove along the road, Izuku remembered something and spoke up. I know Ken's blood cages will be great to hold her, but were you planning on using your quirk against her, Koyama? Koyama looked at him in surprise. I was only going to use my quirk as a last resort. Since it is more effective against men. I don't want to risk knocking the two of you out before she would be affected. That's not quite how your quirk works, is it? Izuku asked. Isn't your quirk more effective against someone attracted to women? How did you dash? Midnight started before she caught herself and smiled. Of course, you would figure that little detail out. In that case, it'll work against her. Midnight smiled as she looked at Izuku, nodding in understanding. No wonder he had impressed All Might. He had quite the head on his shoulders. She was confident that he already compensated for his lack of quirk, but if he had one, he would be unstoppable. Himiko felt better than she had in a long time. Sato's blood was so delicious, and her quirk felt so warm like a comfortable blanket wrapped around her, letting her feel free for the first time she can remember. Her headache also felt better, just like it did whenever she caught a bird. Being Sato was everything she had hoped it would be. Sure, the teachers may have caught her and chased her out of the school, but it was worth it. She was so happy, she could pretend her parents wouldn't even lock her up when they found out she drank blood again. The thought made Himiko stop in her tracks. Putting a finger to her lips, she thought about it. She knew she wasn't going to like what would happen when she went home. So why go home? She could just keep running and not look back. She had some money and was really good at acting, surely she could figure something out. smiling, she nodded to herself. That's it. Today was the first day of her new life, free from her parents. With a grin splitting her face, she skipped down the street. The car pulled into the shopping district, and they parked. The three got out and looked around. It looks like everyone's trying to get home before the storms, Ken pointed out. Oof. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to be out in this weather either. Maybe this works to our advantage. Fewer people means fewer targets for her. And one very tempting green-haired target. You'd better stick close to me, Midoriya, Kayama suggested. Izuku blushed. Of course, she wouldn't let him use himself as bait, even though he already reconsidered that option. Time for Plan B then. Can you create a roughly human-sized golem out of your blood? Ken looked at Izuku and nodded. You want to draw her out with my constructs? Exactly. Since she's likely suffering from a lack of blood, a large source of it, and the wind, should bring her right to us. Ken smiled and looked at Kayama, raising his glove and creating a small statue, the size of a child, out of his blood. As Himiko skipped along the sidewalk, suddenly she caught a new scent in the air. Blood, lots of blood. Feeling herself salivating, Himiko followed the scent. She could feel the wind picking up, and saw the clouds forming overhead. It was going to storm soon, and she probably should find a place to stay. But the prospect of so much blood, she was filled with an overwhelming desire to find its source. If there was as much as she was imagining, maybe she could even take a little bit for herself, and nobody would notice. She followed the scent down several streets, growing more frustrated as she couldn't find the source. The scent had grown so strong that her quirk was overriding her emotions, and she wasn't thinking straight. It was getting darker and a distant rumbling heralded the oncoming storm. But none of that mattered, all she could think about was finding the source of the precious liquid. Turning a corner, she stopped in surprise when she saw Saito standing there, talking to two heroes. She didn't know why he was in the wrong uniform though. She felt a smile split her face when she saw him. He was okay after all. Part of her was worried when he passed out back at school, but she didn't have the time to check on him back then. Himiko couldn't see the source of the blood, but its scent was so strong it was making her desperate. As she looked at Saito, she decided that more of his blood wouldn't hurt. She'd have to be quick, there were heroes here after all, but if he's doing fine after all of the blood she took earlier, then surely he'd still be fine if she took a little bit more. Pulling out the box cutter, she hid it behind her back. With a smile on her face, she walked toward him. Saito-kun. Izuku turned around and saw a teenage boy walking toward them. Why, you must be mistaken, I'm Izuku Midoriya, not Saito, Izuku told the boy. The boy giggled, his left hand covering his mouth while his right remained hidden from view. You can't lie to me, Saito. I know it's you. Izuku felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. There was something eerily familiar about this, even if he's never seen this boy in his life. Something's not right. He heard Kayama from behind him. Midoriya, get back. Izuku turned his head to respond to the teacher. All right. Taking his eyes off the boy, even for a moment, proved to be a mistake. He realized it when pain tore through his arm before a hand shoved him to the ground. Izuku felt the wind getting knocked out of him. It only took him a second to recover, but by then the other boy was kneeling on top of him, using his weight to pin him to the ground. Oh, Saito-kun. It feels so wonderful being you. The transformation began melting away, and he saw the grinning face of Himiko Toga staring down at him, a box cutter in her hand. I just need a little more of your blood. Those mean teachers interrupted us this afternoon. Letting his training take over, Izuku managed to knock Himiko off balance, freeing himself enough so that he could reverse their positions. His arm was burning from the cut, and he felt blood oozing out, but he was used to much worse pain. Himiko! Please, stop! Himiko's face morphed from a grin to a scowl. Why should I? Pulling her arm free, she tried to slash at him again, and Izuku was forced to jump away from her to avoid the attack. You're just like them. Nobody cares about me. Himiko stood up and charged with the box cutter, but she ran face first into a wall of blood as Ken used his quirk. Please, little Toga, listen to us. Just so you can send me back to my parents? Just so they can lock me up again? Himiko felt tears build in her eyes. Today is the first time I made a choice for myself, and all you want to do is take it away from me. She tried to run but found herself tackled by Izuku. Himiko slashed wildly and heard Izuku's cry of pain as she felt the box cutter hit flesh. His grip was loosened enough that she was able to wiggle herself out from under him before pushing herself up. I'm not going back. Please, Toga, Izuku beseeched. We want to help you. Nobody wants to help me. Toga spits out. Everyone claims they want to, but then my parents just pay them off, or they make excuses, or they make me make excuses. I'm done. Himiko saw the wave of blood coming in and barely managed to get out of the way. She threw the box cutter at Ken, forcing him to dodge and breaking his control long enough for her to start moving again. Only to run right into Kayama. Oh my, so direct for a little girl. No. Stay back. Why won't you just leave me alone? Himiko backed up, trying to find room to escape before Izuku grabbed her arms, pinning them behind her. I don't know how your parents hurt you, but we want to help. These two, they're heroes. It's their job to help people. Himiko managed to pull one of her hands free from his grip and twist around, facing Izuku again before he was able to grab her arm again. Seeing him like this, with one of his arms slashed open, face dirty, but still filled with determination, it made her heart race. He was strong too, and she wanted to be like him. Without thinking about what she was doing, Himiko dove toward the wound on his arm and bit into it, letting her fangs sink in as he cried out in pain. Midnight, do it! Himiko didn't even notice the sweet aroma until she was breathing it in, passing out. Ochako heard her phone ring and made a dash to grab it, surprising her parents. When she saw the number, she felt her blood run cold. Running to her room, she slammed the door shut and picked up. What happened? Ochako asked. We caught Toga, Midnight declared. What happened to Izuku? He was hurt, but he'll be fine. How badly? He has a couple of cuts and will probably have some bruises. She also bit him. We were able to patch up the worst of it, but we are taking him to the hospital now. Midnight sounded like she was trying to ease her fears. Why did you let her attack him? Ochako asked incredulously. She heard a sigh on the other line. She was transformed, so we didn't know it was her until after she attacked. Ochako felt herself shaking. They had Toga. And Izuku was alive. Even if he was hurt. The knot that had been filling her chest all evening finally began easing. Can I talk to him? Sadly, no. When Toga bit him, he told me to use my quirk on both of them. Somehow he knew that it would work on her. Ochako sighed in frustration. That sounds like just the suicidal plan she expected from him. Of course he did. She was attracted to me just as much as she was attracted to him. She heard a pause on the other line as if Kayama was debating what to say next. Just so you know, Midoriya was being a good little boy and following our instructions until the attack. If Toga wasn't transformed, he would probably be unharmed. That did make Ochako feel a little bit better. He was still going to get it tomorrow though. So what's going to happen now? We are taking them both to Mustafu General Hospital. Once your boy gets patched up properly, he should be released in a couple of hours. That is, assuming you or his mother don't send him right back in there. Ochako could hear the teasing tone in Kayama's voice and found herself grateful that the hero was trying to help calm her down. Toga, however, is a more complicated situation. She needs to be locked up, Ochako said reflexively. Oh, so you two can disagree. What? Izuku wants to try rehabilitating her. And unfortunately for you, Nizu can both agree with him. Of course, Izuku hadn't told her that part. But she's dangerous. She could be dangerous. Right now though? She's desperate. Ochako couldn't believe what she was hearing. Don't tell me you agree with them. Kayama sighed. Even if I did agree with you, right now she isn't a villain. She would be held as a minor guilty of assault. She would spend a year or two in jail, at most. And then she would be free, again, without any of the help she needs. You would just be dealing with your little serial killer in a few years instead of right now. Ochako groaned in frustration. So what, we just pretend that everything is okay? I didn't say that. Can feel sympathy for her. He wants to get her help. Kayama paused for a long moment. And after what I heard, I'm inclined to agree with him. So what, are we just going to ignore what she did to me? Are you really going to blame her for the actions of someone who was essentially a completely different person? That doesn't sound particularly heroic of you. Ochako tried to think up a retort, but the words died in her throat. I see, Kayama finally continued. You should think about that, then. I'll let Midoriya know that I called you when he wakes up. Hearing the phone disconnect, Ochako set it down. Wiping her face off, she returned to the living room where her parents were sitting. Is everything okay, honey? Ochako forced a smile to her face and nodded. Why yeah. Izuku just got hurt while he was out, is all. Oh no. Is he gonna be okay? Ochako nodded vigorously, bitterly saying, Yep, everything's going to be just fine. Chapter 10, Aftermath. Inko sat in the apartment, listening to the rainfall outside while enjoying a poetry book when she heard her phone go off. Picking up her phone, she felt a chill run through her when she saw it was the hero Midnight calling her. Fearing the worst, she put the phone to her ear. Hello? Mrs. Midoriya? Midnight's voice was heard on the other end of the line. Yes. It's about your son. When we were out, he was attacked. Inko froze. Please tell me he's okay. He is okay, but he got hurt. While patrolling we were ambushed, and he got several cuts before we were able to subdue the attacker. Unfortunately, he also got caught by my quirk and is asleep, otherwise, he would have called you himself. But I had to use it to subdue the assailant. Inko released the breath she didn't realize she was holding. So where are you now? We're on our way to Mustafu General Hospital. We have reason to believe the girl who attacked us isn't well. Since we're heading there anyway, we'll be sure to get your son patched up. Thank you, I'm on my way. Hanging up the phone, Inko didn't waste any time, grabbing her coat and umbrella, and leaving for the hospital. Despite the storm outside, nothing would stop her from making sure her son was safe. And that was how Inko found herself rushing through the streets towards Mustafu General Hospital. Thankfully, by the time she had arrived, Midnight had sent her a message explaining which room he was in and that he was awake. Sighing in relief, she checked a map before heading deeper into the hospital. When she arrived at the room, she saw Izuku sitting off the side of the bed shirtless, his left arm wrapped in bandages. She saw his bloody shirt discarded on a chair, with Midnight standing there, talking to her son. Aizu. Inko rushed forward and wrapped her arms around her son, mindful of his left arm. Hi mom. Izuku used his right arm to return his hug. What happened? You promised me you were going to be safe. Izuku laughed nervously. There was this girl, we thought she was in trouble, but then she attacked me with a box cutter. Inko glared at her son, turning to Midnight. What really happened? Midnight sighed. Midoriya's telling the truth. We were looking for someone who may have been suffering a quirk backlash. It was supposed to be an easy case, but we didn't realize she was disguised as someone else. By the time I realized something was wrong, it was too late. We restrained her as soon as we could, but he received some nasty cuts in the process. They aren't that bad. Izuku insisted. They've already patched me up and I'm free to go. Isn't that right, Kayama? Midnight shot Izuku a look that said, don't drag me into this. She turned to Inko. They bandaged his arm and then discharged him into my care. However, I wasn't going to let him go without you here. Thank you, Inko gratefully said, glad that the hero at least had some sense. Well, I am sure you two have a lot to talk about. I'm going to go see our other patient. Midnight turned towards Izuku and gave him a knowing look. You better rest and take care of yourself. You want your injuries to heal properly if you want to be a hero. Aizu at least had the good sense to look chastised. Yes, ma'am. Satisfied, Midnight turned and walked out of the room, leaving the two of them alone. Aizu, when they called I was so worried about you. Sorry. I wanted to tell you, but K Midnight had to use her quirk to put the girl to sleep, and I got caught in it. Is this what it's going to be like when you're a hero? Inko asked, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. Sometimes. I didn't expect it to be this hard, Inko professed, sitting down on the bed next to her son. I know when we watch the news, the heroes always win, but sometimes they get hurt. I never realized that meant that you were going to get hurt until today. Izuku put a hand on his mom's shoulder. I never really thought about it as much as I should have either. Are you okay with this? Putting yourself in danger? Izuku looked at his mom and gave her a warm smile before nodding. Yes. Because saving people is worth it. And what about you, Aizu? Izuku kept his gaze steady. Inko could see the fire smoldering in his eyes. I need to work on keeping myself safe. After all, if something happens to me, how can I see the smiles of the people I save? Izuku watched his mom's eyes water before she engulfed him in a hug. Oh, Aizu. A few minutes later, Inko separated from Izuku, allowing him to stand up. He trudged over to the chair that held his discarded shirt and put it on, looking awkwardly at the blood on his sleeve. Turning to his mom, he took a deep breath. I want to go see her. See who? Inko asked. The girl who attacked us. Izuku didn't need to be an expert to understand the distress on his mother's face. Why? I want to make sure she's okay. Aizu, she attacked you. The disbelief in Inko's voice was evident. She wasn't herself, Izuku defended, looking down at the floor. Her parents, they did bad things to her, and I think maybe her quirk was influencing her. I want to make sure she's okay. Inko warily looked at her son. Are you sure it's safe? Vlad King is down there. And that's where Midnight was headed. We'll have 2 pro heroes with us. But you had 2 pro heroes when you were out earlier. Izuku shook his head. This is different. We're in a hospital and she's under observation. Seeing the look on her son's face, Inko finally relented. Okay, let's go see this girl. Izuku gave his mom the best hug he could, considering his condition. Thanks, you're the best. Inko smiled proudly. Her son was so brave and selfless. She just hoped that he would be more cautious when he became a hero. Himiko Toga awoke to the sound of a heart monitor. When she looked around, she observed she was in a hospital bed, several wires hooked into her arm. As she looked around, she felt disoriented. Something didn't feel right. Then it hit her. She didn't have a headache. It had always waxed and waned, but for as long as she could remember, it was always there. This was the first time she could think clearly, and she didn't even notice. Ah, little Toga, you're awake. Himiko jumped with a start when she realized she wasn't alone. She saw the same two heroes from earlier, as well as two green-haired people. Instinctively, she tried to curl into herself, making herself smaller. Who are you? I am Sekijiro-kan, also known as the hero, Vlad King. He held his arm up as he went around the room. That is Namuri Kayama, also known as the hero, Midnight. And those two are Izuku and Inko Midoriya. Himiko focused on the ragged and bloody holes in Izuku's shirt. I stabbed you, didn't I? Izuku merely nodded at her. Himiko felt the blood rise to her face as she covered it with her hands. He probably hated her for being weak and weird. And the woman who was his mother probably hated her as well for actually attacking her son. She could only hope that putting on a mask would make the scolding not too severe. But it never came. Instead, she felt a gentle hand on her arm. Looking up, she saw Ken towering over her. Tell me, how are you feeling? Better than I can ever remember. Himiko slowly lowered her arms. It feels weird. Nodding, Himiko watched as Ken walked to the cabinets and retrieved a disposable cup. As she watched, he pressed his gauntlet to the cup and filled it with blood. She couldn't help but salivate as she watched. Turning around, Ken offered her the cup. Now little Toga, I want you to promise me two things. First, that you will drink this slowly, and second, that you won't use your quirk with this blood. Looking at Ken, Himiko still wasn't convinced this wasn't a trap. My parents won't lock me up if I drink this? She heard horrified gasps from the Midoriyas, but she was too focused on the cup in front of her. Ken frowned and shook his head. No, they won't. I will explain. Hearing that, Himiko nodded vigorously before taking the cup and slowly taking sips, relishing every mouthful. Ken proceeded to kneel next to her and began talking. It's your quirk. Because your quirk is dependent on blood to use it, that means that your body needs a regular supply of blood in your diet. Himiko paused, a look of horror visible on her face. So my quirk is a curse. My parents were right. Ken reached out and put an arm on her shoulder, steadying her and preventing her from spilling the cup. Your parents were wrong. Having special dietary requirements is a perfectly normal thing. For example, one of my coworkers needs to eat rocks every day. That had the intended effect and caused Himiko to giggle. At least it's easy for him to find snacks. Indeed. Ken supplied a smile. There is no shame in needing blood as part of your diet. If your quirk was registered properly, your parents could even sign up for programs with local butcher shops to get animal blood for your diet. Ken paused, looking at Midnight. When pulling her files, the doctors checked with the quirk registry. She was registered as having a minor cat mutation. My parents hired a quirk counselor to help teach me how to suppress my quirk, but couldn't hide my eyes or fangs. So they decided to pretend I had a cat mutation because that would have been a cute, harmless quirk, one they wished I had instead of this. Himiko indicated the cup she held. When she looked up, she saw the dismay on Inko's face paired with the anger on Kan's face. Little Toga, if that is true, then I am going to make sure that your parents will never be able to harm you ever again. Seeing the look on his face and hearing the sincerity in his voice, Himiko felt hope well up in her chest. She watched Kan's face, waiting for him to do anything that would crush it, disappointing her like all of the other adults usually did. But he refused to waver. Finally, she dared to ask the question. Can you really do that? Ken looked at Kayama and then back to Himiko. Yes. It will be hard, you are going to have to talk to the police and lawyers, but everything your parents have done to you, a lot of which is illegal. We have laws against quirk suppression and we have programs specifically to prevent what you did today from happening. Really? Yes, Kayama agreed, turning towards Izuku and Inko. You two may want to leave. I'm not sure you'll like what you hear. Izuku looked at his mother, who already looked on the verge of tears. Yes, I believe I have seen enough. Come on Aizu, let's let the heroes do their job. Izuku nodded before cautiously approaching Himiko. She tried to flinch but stopped when he didn't hit her, instead slowly reaching and laying a hand on hers. It felt warm. For what it's worth, I don't blame you for attacking me today. Himiko's face heated up once again. I. He gave her a soft smile. I know it doesn't mean much because we just met, but these heroes are good people. They want to help you. As she stared into Izuku's eyes, she could see that he believed what he was saying. He was different from everyone else. He saw her at her worst and still wanted to forgive her. She looked at the heroes and didn't see any of the usual signs she saw from adults that pretended everything was perfectly normal. For the first time, instead of being crushed, Himiko felt the spark of hope kindling into something new. Maybe she wouldn't have to take matters into her own hands. Aizu, I'm going out for a bit, Inko called from the hallway. Okay, Mom. Izuku answered from the living room, listening to the apartment door lock closed. Izuku was busy adding notes to Himiko Toga's entry in his future journal. Last night was the first time he heard her story, and it was horrifying. No wonder she turned to the League twice. It seemed to affect his mom too. He wanted to talk to Ochako about it, but she ignored answering his calls or responding to his messages. He would be worried, but Kayama assured him that she was fine and was just mad at him. Izuku couldn't blame her. He just hoped she would talk to him sooner rather than later. Left alone with his thoughts, Izuku continued to write in his notebook until he heard the doorbell ring. He stopped writing, walked, and opened it. He hadn't expected to see Ochako standing there. As soon as she saw him, she reached out and grabbed him, pulling him out of the apartment before he had any chance of escaping. And then he felt a sudden stinging on his cheek as she slapped him. Hi Ochako. Izuku Midoriya, you have a hell of a lot of explaining to do. Ochako demanded, still firmly holding him in place. Izuku reached out and wrapped his hands around the hand holding his shirt. I'm sorry. Why did you do that? Izuku could see the tears clouding Ochako's eyes as she spoke. Because I wanted to protect you. You knew what happened. What Toga did to Analyst. What Toga did to me. Did you ever stop to think how I would feel if you ran off like that? That's why I didn't tell you. You stupid, you could have died. What would have happened if Kayama wasn't there? Or Ken? Izuku felt Ochako's grip on his shirt loosen. And you would have left me all alone. Izuku managed to gently pry her hand off of his shirt and pushed it away from him, never letting go of it. Ochako, Izuku softly interjected. I know what I did was wrong. While we were driving, all I could think about was you. He tenderly squeezed her hand. And it made me realize something important. For the first time since I received One for All, I wasn't willing to sacrifice everything to achieve my goal. Izuku, what are you saying? Izuku beamed at Ochako. I left here with my old mindset. He saw Ochako's expression and winced. They both knew what he meant. But as we were driving, I realized that I was wrong. He held up their joined hands. I don't need to shoulder everything alone because I'm not doing this alone anymore. He offered her a caring grin. Because I have a partner now. And as we were driving, I promised myself that I'm always going to come back to you. Ochako took a deep breath. You hurt me. When you didn't tell me what you were doing, you hurt me. I felt like you didn't trust me. And you didn't give me any reason to trust you, either. Izuku held his head. I know. I know I have trust issues, and I need to work through those, but it's hard. Ochako took a deep breath. And what was worse was that you ran off to go after Himiko Toga. Of all the villains you could have gone for, you chose her. You know I still have nightmares about that. Ochako fought back tears. And I still have nightmares about that stairwell encounter. And for the last few days, it was an analyst I saw lying there on the ground, it was you. That revelation hit Izuku like a punch in the gut. Why didn't you tell me? Ochako looked away. I thought I was worrying too much, that we'd find her before yesterday happened. And that I wouldn't have to worry. But then you had to go off and chase after her. She looked into Izuku's eyes. And when you lied to me on the phone, I had to sit there helplessly wondering if that was the last time I was ever going to speak to you. You're right. I didn't consider your feelings. I was too focused on protecting you. And I need to trust you more, Ochako realized. It would be silly if we always went on the same mission together. I need to believe that you'll succeed and come back afterward. Ochako sighed. It just is going to take time. Izuku pulled one of his hands away, using it to rub the back of his head. We've got a lot to work on, don't we? Ochako giggled, ending in a hiccup. I guess so. Good thing I'll be moving to Mustafu soon, right? Inko sat down at the table in the cafe and ordered a drink. As she waited, she thought about the girl from the hospital, Himiko Toga. She couldn't get her out of her mind. Even though they left partway through, she heard enough to break her heart. Raising Izuku had been a struggle since he was quirkless. That girl didn't have that problem. She had a quirk. And yet, seeing how the girl was acting was enough for her to realize exactly how her parents treated her, just because she had the wrong quirk in their eyes. And that so many people were complicit in that behavior that she just accepted Inko's initial hostility as normal. It bothered her. Mind if I sit down? Inko's thoughts were broken by Namuri Kayama standing next to her table, a playful smile on her face. This was the first time Inko had seen her out of her hero costume. Instead, she dressed in a blue suit with a white undershirt and bright red tie. The outfit, paired with her red-rimmed glasses, changed her appearance enough that Inko almost didn't recognize her. Not at all. Kayama grinned, taking a seat. I see where your son picked up his habits. Inko gave the hero an embarrassed look. I'm sorry to take up your time. But yesterday bothered me. I'm happy you are allowing my son to learn from you, but getting hurt like that. I want you to tell me more about what happened. Kayama gave Inko a knowing smile. I think I can help with that. And that girl, Himiko Toga. What is going to happen to her? Kayama thought carefully about her answer. She needs help. You heard what happened to her. She is going to need a lot of therapy and counseling, at a minimum. What about her crimes? For the student she attacked at school, if what she told us is true, we can hopefully get her a reduced sentence, putting her on probation, and, if she can avoid any other incidents, her record will be wiped clean. There is also the issue of your son, but I am confident he is going to insist we ignore that part. Unless you wish us to report it, that is? Inko shook her head. No, if that's what Izuku wants, I won't have you press charges. What about her parents? Midnight gave Inko a devilish smile that made her shudder. After we got the report, we contacted some of Yue's lawyers. When they are done with her parents, they'll be lucky if they aren't in jail. Inko felt relieved by the answer. But she noticed the hero left an important question unanswered. Who is going to take care of her while she receives help? We don't know, Kayama disclosed. She is a very delicate case. She can live with us. Inko's eyes went wide, not realizing what she said until the proposal had been said aloud. Midnight seemed equally surprised, staring at her with wide eyes before she recovered and offered her a smile. Are you really sure you want to do that? Inko took a moment to think about it. The hero was giving her a chance to take back her words, but did she want to? Raising Izuku alone had been difficult, but between becoming friends with Ochako and opening up to her about Eldora, it had become a whole lot easier. Having another child of her own was out of the question, not since Sasashi left, but does she have room for someone else in their small family? Inko thought about her conversation with Izuku at the hospital. If he was willing to put himself at risk to help people, she could handle being a mother to someone who desperately needed one, couldn't she? Inko didn't need much time to answer that. With a determined look, she nodded. I need to go talk to Toga first before I can agree to anything, but I mean what I said. Almost every day I think about everything Izuku has been through because he's quirkless. No child should go through anything like that. To hear about this girl being treated the way she has, just because her parents didn't like her quirk? It breaks my heart. Midnight gave her a sly smile. I see. It seems the apple didn't fall far from the tree, after all.